अरे कहा है दूसरा नंबर से करो ना, साइलेंस इस अपकमिंग कॉल। ठीक है, एकदम डिस्टर्ब को डिस्टर्ब कर दे रहा है। हेलो फिस्कार साहब, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो। हेलो। हेलो।
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है।
ठीक। सीरियल नंबर 2 में है, अपोजिट पार्टी की ओर से।
जी, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
जी, अपोजिट पार्टी की तरफ से है इसमें। इस सीरियल नंबर 2 है मेरा।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
ठीक। आह,
पेशकार साहब, हम नागेंद्र दुबे बोल रहे हैं। ऑडिएबल हैं हम?
यस सर।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। अबे वाइब्रेट क्या कर रहा है? हो गया। तो नहीं जाएगा।
बंद कर दे।
हम्म।
कोई भी छूने से शिवा ऑडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में है ना ओह, ये आवाज पर है ना बेटा, आवाज पर इसको छूना मत, चल रहा है ठीक। छूना मत, इधर सारा देखो, अभी
हम भी दिख रहे हैं ना,
अभी नहीं आया है, जज नहीं,
आवाज आ रहा है।
आवाज आ रहा है, जा रहा है, चलो ठीक। 5 मिनट खाली यहीं रहना, मुझे कहीं प्रॉब्लम हो तो। समय हो गया, तो
आवाज आ रही है। इसका लैपटॉप पर फर्स्ट वर्क कर रहा है, बहुत आरामदेह होता है। आवाज आ रही है कुछ?
अभी कुछ आवाज नहीं।
अभी सब जो रहेगा। घर से ताली में बात अभी नील कुमार वाले धुंधला नहीं ना है। है ना,
आवाज मेरा जा रहा है पेशकर सर?
आवाज आ रही है।
हम भी पूछ ले आवाज।
अब
हाँ आवाज आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है।
आवाज आ रही है,
मेरी आवाज आता है।
बोलिए तो अपने आवाज। कोई नहीं बोल रहे हैं, इसका तुम शांत हो, देख रहे हैं एकदम अलर्ट मोड में है। जब जीतेंगे तो अपने आप दिखाई पड़ जाएगा।
जी जी हैं
ये
जी, मेंशन स्लिप भेजे थे, मिल गया था। नामपिंडा से एडवोकेट बोल रहे हैं।
क्या होगा, तो अजीत सर है नहीं, ज्वाइन नहीं किया।
अच्छा, व्हाट्सएप पे भेजे थे अजीत बाबू।
किसके पे?
इसका साहब एक आइटम नंबर 13 जो है टू बी मेंशन में आ गया है,
हाँ
वो रॉन्गली आ गया है, रॉन्गली।
नंबर
सीरियल नंबर 13 टू बी मेंशन में
कान में बता रखे।
वो हमारी बात हुई थी आशुतोष जी से, वो बोले कि कोई दूसरा केस मेंशन किया था, ये गलती से आ गया है उस जगह पर टू बी मेंशन में।
ठीक है, आने दीजिए कोर्ट मास्टर साहब।
अच्छा, कोर्ट मास्टर साहब नहीं है,
वे नहीं किया।
आइटम नंबर 13 है।
तो सब आवाज आ रही है, बोलिए।
कुछ है?
हाँ, कोर्ट मास्टर
पोस्टमास्टर साहब, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर, बोलिए सर।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आ रही है।
थैंक यू।
जिनको भी मेंशन करना होगा पहले आउटसाइड ऑफ द लिस्ट मेंशन करेंगे, उसके बाद लिस्ट पे मेंशन करेंगे। जिनका मेंशन एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगा, ऑनरेबल एक्सेप्ट कर लेंगे, वो अपना मेंशन स्लिप आज डेट के साथ दे देंगे, ये मेंशन करते हुए कि कब के लिए ऑनरेबल ने वो अपना केस रखा है, वो स्लिप आज हमको देंगे जिनका एक्सेप्ट होगा।
13 इसका साहब 13 नंबर मेंशन करें नहीं ना, रॉन्गली लिस्टेड जो है
अच्छा, हाँ हाँ, रॉन्गली,
उसको तो मेंशन करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
ठीक है, वो हो जाएगा।
ठीक है, ठीक है, उसको सभी बोल दिया जाएगा रॉन्गली लिस्टेड है। ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू।
தமிழ்நாடு மாநிலத்தில் அமைந்துள்ள கடல்
कह रहे हैं कि कल हम व्हाट्सएप पर जो भेजे थे, आज सीरियल नंबर 4 पर लिस्टेड है, क्या मेंशन करें कि वो हो जाएगा? वो अटैच करना था परसों जो केस
अभी सीरियल नंबर ऑनरेबल सामने मेंशन कीजिए, चूंकि लिस्ट में है ऊपर में, ऑनरेबल सामने मेंशन कीजिएगा। सब लोग अपना ऑडियो म्यूट रखिए, जिनको मेंशन करना वही अपना ऑडियो ऑन करेंगे, 1 बाय 1 मेंशन करेंगे। जिनका मेंशन एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगा वो अपना मेंशन स्लिप आज हमें भेज देंगे जी। जिस डेट के लिए एक्सेप्ट हुआ उस डेट मेंशन करते हुए।
एक सिविल रिवीजन का हमने दिया था अजीत बाबू।
सर ऑनरेबल बैठ रहे हैं, ऑनरेबल सामने मेंशन कीजिए सर।
कर रहे थे।
अच्छा, मेंशन के लिए।
अच्छा, हम मेंशन पहले करते हैं, मेंशन नहीं होता है। उनका मेंशन नहीं करनी है, आमने सामने। मेंशन करते हैं कुछ को ठहरो, मेंशन नहीं करता।
Yes, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Any mentioning?
May I permitted to mention, my lord?
Yes.
Item number 11, my lord.
Yes.
I pray for 4 weeks time, my lord. In this case, my lord, the Dharinder Kumar, petitioner for the National Council, my lord, has gone to Delhi for further treatment, my lord. That's why, my lord, I've been asked to pray for the adjournment.
Please identify yourself. I can't see you.
My lord, I am Asutosh Singh, my lord.
Mr. Ashutosh Singh, learned advocate for the prisoner, seeks 4 weeks adjournment on the ground of illness of Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, the arguing counsel. So, re-notify on Yes,
May I
any other
mention a
mention?
case outside the list, Lordship? Permitted to mention a case, my lord, out of turn. Consolidated list, Lordship.
That if all of you mention together, perhaps I will not be able to handle. Now, outside list, please mention first.
My lord. May I
My
mention?
lord.
Permitted to mention the case, my lord. Petitioner was a regular headmaster, Lordship.
Just a minute, Mr. Gyan Shankar. Yes, Mr. Gyan Shankar. Yes. Others, please, please hold on. Raise your finger, and I will call you by name. Yes, Mr. Gyan Shankar.
My lord, sir. May I, Lordship? My lord,
Yes.
this petitioner was a regular headmaster in the middle school, Lordship. Lord, sir, he was proceeded departmentally, Lordship, and without any show-cause notice, he was granted a Lordship. He was inflicted with a minor harassment. But for last 6 months, Lordship, he has not been given any posting, Lordship. Though he is a regular headmaster, Lordship, he is without any posting for last 6 months, Lordship.
On the
Lordship,
all right, under the heading to be mentioned on 11th of on just a minute, on 11th of March, send your slip to the court master today.
I would.
Yes, anybody else? Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh.
My lord. CWJC number 10541 of 2020, my lord.
Louder, your number should be audible to the my court master also. Louder.
CWJC number 10541 of 2020.
Yes.
My lord, the petitioner is a teacher and have been prevented from his work without any notice, without any intimation till today. And this is the case fully covered by CWJC number 3655.
It is serial number. It is what is the number of the consolidated list?
314.
314.
314 पर लगा हुआ है हुजूर।
ये तो तुरंत आ जाएगा, इसके लिए क्यों मेंशन कर रहे हैं? Anyway,
तीनों से सब पर ही चल रहा है।
all right.
हमने कई बार मेंशन भी किया था।
All right, इसको करिए on 25th of February under the heading to be mentioned. All right, 25th of February under the heading. Send your slip. Yes, who else?
Please, Lord.
MS Nirvikar. We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Now, next time if I have to remind Mr. Pankaj Kumar Sinha, I'll ask somebody else. Now, please hold on for a minute.
Lords, actually there was some defect in my very well, my lord. My lords, on the last occasion I had mentioned this matter. My lord had directly mentioned it on Thursday.
What is the number?
This matter to be taken up, my lord, any day, because it is already there at the serial number 79, my lord, of the main list. So, my lord, any day, my lord, because that is creating some problem right from 2018.
All right. Under the heading to be mentioned on Monday.
Obliged, my lord. Obliged, my lord.
Send in the slip.
Surely, my lord. Surely.
Yes, now Mr. Pankaj Kumar Sinha.
May please, Lordship.
Yes.
One civil division, Lordship, number 197/2018. Earlier I have mentioned, Lordship, but Lord उसको समझा नहीं सके हम हुजूर, तो उसमें है क्या कि एक्सक्यूशन तो हुजूर कहा गया था कि बाद में
समझा नहीं सके या कोर्ट समझ ही नहीं सका, क्या बोलना चाहिए?
नहीं हुजूर कहे कि आप फिर से उसको मेंशन कीजिएगा, आप बता नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो एक्सक्यूशन का केस जो है सो उसकी एक्सक्यूशन केस का ऑर्डर जो है सो 7 तारीख को फाइनल ऑर्डर है हुजूर। हमारा मकान है, हम मकान में रह रहे हैं और हमारा परचेज लैंड में मकान बना हुआ था।
7 मार्च, जस्ट अ मिनट, 7 मार्च,
सॉरी 7 फरवरी लॉर्डशिप।
अब नेक्स्ट डेट क्या है? 7 फरवरी देख लेंगे, 7 के पहले तो नहीं कर सकते। एनीवे, जी 7 के पहले तो हम नहीं कर सकते। 7 को लगाइए इनका अंडर द हेडिंग टू बी मेंशन्ड 7th।
लॉर्ड
जस्ट अ मिनट, सीरियल नंबर बताइए, केस नंबर बताइए, स्लिप भेजिए।
जी हजूर भेज देंगे। सिविल रिवीजन 197/2018।
सीरियल नंबर क्या है?
सीरियल नंबर हजूर नहीं है, ये आउट ऑफ लिस्ट है हजूर।
अरे कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट में होगा।
नहीं हजूर, ये लिस्ट था 24 जनवरी को ऑनरेबल जस्टिस विकास जैन साहब के यहाँ हजूर।
विकास जैन साहब के यहाँ मेंशन कर सकते हैं, ऑलराइट। हाँ नहीं, आज का his matters, the matters allotted to his roster has all come before this court, so you'll have to find anyway. My court master will find out. आप नंबर देखिए और उनको लगाइए 7 तारीख को। All right, send your slip. If you don't send your slip, perhaps it will not be done.
No.
Yes,
अभी भेज देते हैं।
एक मिनट, your Priya Shah.
Yes, your lordship.
Yes, what do you have to say?
Your lordship, if we may be allowed to withdraw the anticipatory bail.
Which item? Which item?
Main list serial number 6.
All right. You are making this submission on whose instruction?
On behalf of my senior counsel.
She must be having a name.
Ms. Namrata Mishra.
All right. MS Priyesha, learned advocate, on instructions from MS Namrata Mishra, advocate and record, seeks permission to withdraw this application. Dismissed as withdrawn. This is in item number 6, Mr. King. All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Purushottam Jha. Next time, if you start speaking without unmuting yourself, we will ask you to come again. Next.
I'm sorry.
Every time I'm not going to remind you.
Yes, Lord. Serial number 110. CWJC number, serial number 110, CWC number 13089 of 2021. Matter relates to appointment of registrar in JP University. Earlier order of the chancellor is there that he cannot be given the post of any responsibility. He is creating nuisance chaos in the university, Lords. For last 3-4 months.
I don't find any urgency in the matter mentioned in the first week of March.
Lords, it has already been mentioned, Lords.
Serial 12,
It
my
is
lord.
at serial number 110, Lords.
Can you wait? Can you wait for the court to finish? Yes, Mr. Jha.
Lords, 110 रेगुलर सीरियल 110 पर है, ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है हुजूर, किसी दिन टू बी मेंशन में सुन लिया जाता है।
नहीं, वो 110 जब आएगा तभी सुनेंगे, कोई अर्जेंसी नहीं है। चलिए नेक्स्ट।
My lord, serial 12, my lord, MA 684 of 2019, my lord. I may be permitted to withdraw, my lord.
अच्छा, you are withdrawing this miscellaneous appeal. All right.
जी.
You are for the National Insurance Company.
My lord.
देखिए, Mr. Rupak Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner, learned advocate for the appellant National Insurance Company Limited, seeks permission to withdraw this miscellaneous appeal. Dismissed as withdrawn.
Oblige yours.
All right. Yes. Anybody else?
My
lord.
Can't see. Raise your finger and then we'll see. Yes, Mr. Priyashankar Mishra.
My lord, I may withdraw serial number 3, my lord. Petitioner has exonerated during the investigation, my lord.
Whose junior are you?
I'm on behalf of my lord, advocate on record, Mr. Shambhunath Jha, my lord.
Mr. Prabha Shankar Mishra, learned advocate, on instructions from Mr. Shambhunath Jha, advocate and record, seeks permission to withdraw this application. Dismissed as withdrawn. Yes, Mr. Nishant Kumar.
My lord, I may kindly be permitted to mention a case, my lord. Matter pertains to the semester examination of polytechnic students, my lord, scheduled to be held from 8th of February. My lord, my prayer is confined in this petition for an open book examination system which has been switched over by all other states, but the state of Bihar has been conducting the examination in physical mode, my lord. Only for 2 साल का सिर्फ 2 महीने का online course हुआ है, and on that basis of that course, they are conducting physical examination. We will be highly prejudiced.
No. There's no prejudice in that scheme of organization. Let it remain for further. There's no urgency in the matter. Even if this examination begins from 8th of February, we are not going to interfere with that scheme, with that mode. Sorry. If you want, we can bring it on record on 7th and dismiss the petition. If you want that, we are ready. Anyway,
सुन लिया जाता है हुजूर, सुन लिया जाता है my lord.
all
I humbly request my lord, I beg your pardon.
all right, I have told you my mind, but I'm fixing it for hearing. If you convince the court on Monday, we can consider.
Obliged, my lord.
क्या number है आपका serial का?
1436 CWJC number 1436 of 2022, and it has been listed on serial 3927 of the consolidated list, my lord.
All right. 7th of February, under the heading to be mentioned. Send your slip to the court master.
I will. Obliged.
Mr. Vimlesh, from whose side the disturbance is coming? You can't identify. Mr. Ramchandar Singh, can you hear me? Mr. Ramchandar Singh, can you hear me? Please, please, we will hear you in the last. You please unmute. You please mute yourself. There is some disturbance at your end. The entire proceedings are being disturbed. We will hear you in the last. Please remain alive. We will call you. Abhi, for the time being, you mute yourself. All right. Yes, Mr. Rambina Prasad Singh.
Lord, yesterday, my lord, I had mentioned the case and the slip has also sent to
कोई बात नहीं समझ
the court master.
आप जब तक अपनी कनेक्टिविटी ठीक नहीं करिएगा कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएंगे. आप आज भी आप क्या बोल रहे हैं ना, मेरे कोर्ट मास्टर सुन रहे हैं ना, मैं सुन रहा हूँ, कैसे होगा? आप ऐसा करिए, जस्ट
my lord, हम इसको खत्म करना.
टेलीफोनिक कॉन्वर्सेशन.
My grievance.
अरे भाई, हम नंबर ही नहीं सुन रहे हैं आपका, तो ग्रीवांस आपकी और खत्म करने का डिजायर आपकी, हम क्या करेंगे? You send a detailed slip. कौन सा स्लिप है इनका? हाँ, तो क्या चाहिए?
8495
ऐसा है मिस्टर रामविनय प्रसाद सिंह, आपने 139 दूसरे का लगवा दिया है. आपने बताया नहीं कि कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट का है और वो इधर से.
नहीं हुजूर, मैंने
एनीवे समझ गए. इनका जो
स्लिप कोर्ट मास्टर साहब को भेज दिया.
फिर से स्लिप भेजिए और इनकी ट्यूसडे को लगाइए 8 तारीख को. चलिए, अब डिस्टर्ब नहीं करिए प्रोसीडिंग्स को. 8 को लगेगा, 8 को.
मैं भेज देता हूं.
Again, he has opened his mouth and all. ठीक. Yes, anybody else mentioning? He has to raise his hand. Whoever has to mention.
My lord.
Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar.
My lord, may I be permitted to mention a case, my lord, listed in consolidated list at serial number 3069, my lord, CWJC number 20413 of 2021, my lord. In this case, my lord, the order of State Appellate Authority is under challenge, my lord, by which the State Appellate Authority has set aside the order of the District Appellate Authority and also ordered for recovery of the amount of salary of petitioner, my lord.
All right. 20 under the heading to be mentioned, 28th of February. जिसमें रिकवरी है उसी को हम ऊपर लगा रहे हैं. Otherwise, we are not interfering. We are not tinkering with the list.
My lord.
Send your slip 28th February to be mentioned. Chaliye next.
My lord.
Mr. Ramakant.
My lord, I had mentioned, my lord, that today, my lord, is serial number 44, my lord. This case had already mentioned, my lord, on 1/2/2022 with attached, my lord, CWJC number 9536 of 2020, my lord. I had already sent, my lord, mention slip to the court master also, my lord.
तो हम नहीं समझे. आप सब चीज कर देंगे, मुझे समझ में तो आए कि आप चाह क्या रहे हैं.
सीरियल नंबर 44 पर हुजूर है, 1 तारीख को मेंशन हुजूर किए थे. एक केस नंबर था हुजूर के CWJC नंबर 9536 ऑफ 2020 के साथ लिस्ट करने के लिए हुजूर. और सिमिलर और केस था जिसको स्लिप हुजूर जो है पेशकार साहब के
आप ऐसा करिए,
भेज चुके हैं.
ठीक. आप आज फिर भेजिए स्लिप लिस्ट के साथ. इसको 44 के साथ आप लगा दें. बट वी आर नॉट गिविंग यू एनी प्रायोरिटी हियरिंग. जब 44 पे पहुंचेंगे तो सब सुन लेंगे. हाँ, तो लगवा दीजिए आप उसको विथ करके. किनके साथ? वो कहाँ चला जाएगा? किसके पास है? मिस्टर रमाकांत, देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम. The cases, he has disappeared. Mr. Ramakant, are you there? क्यों mention करते
my
हैं?
lord. My lord.
Mr. The cases that you want to be tagged to item number 44 is not in my list. So if you want it to be tagged, this case will go there. तो आप अपना जब mention होगा तो कह दीजिएगा जिसके यहाँ होगा. मेरे यहाँ नहीं है आपका वो सब.
परसों 44 पर हुजूर है वो केस जो है इसी तरह का 25 26 सीरियल नंबर पर 1 तारीख को हुजूर लगा हुआ था केस हुजूर. उसी के साथ टैग करने के लिए हुजूर और सेवरल केस हुजूर है. हुजूर को लिस्ट भी करवाए थे और मेंशन स्लिप भी हुजूर दे चुके हैं.
वो आप फिर से स्लिप भेजिए. इसको आइटम नंबर 44 को लिखिएगा. लिस्ट अलोंग विथ मिसलेनियस नंबर बोलिए जो 1 मार्च को लगा है.
My lord, CWJC number 9536/2
स्लिप भेजिए. इसको उसी के साथ 1 मार्च को लगा दीजिए.
Yes, my lord.
और दूसरा भी जो स्लिप है लिखिएगा कि आज आपने मेंशन किया है वो सब भेजिए. वो सब वेरीफाई होगा क्योंकि आप क्या नंबर बोल रहे हैं, कौन सा साल बोल रहे हैं. आधा आपका ट्रेल ऑफ कर जा रहा है कनेक्टिविटी में और आप चाह रहे हैं कि सब चीज हो जाए. तो क्या करेंगे? नंबर्स भेजिए कोर्ट मास्टर को. वो वेरीफाई करेंगे. अगर मैं नहीं कोर्ट में होगा तो सब 1 मार्च को लग जाएगा.
इस हुजूर का कोर्ट में हुजूर परसों हम किए थे मेंशन इसके लिए.
सुन तो लिया कि आपने परसों मेंशन किया था. तो क्या करेंगे?
भी किए थे.
हो गया. अब आप एग्जिट करिए. प्लीज एग्जिट. वी हैव एक्सेप्टेड योर प्रेयर.
भेज देते हैं कोर्ट मास्टर साहब. माय लॉर्ड. oblige my lord.
Difficult to contain the irritability. सुन तो लिया. आप भेज दीजिए फिर से. we have allowed your prayer.
oblige.
Yes, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh.
May I please, my lord? One case, my lord, listed as serial number 2616 in consolidated list, my lord.
Yes.
Lord, this I had mentioned earlier, my lord, also, and the lordship was kind enough to direct me to mention in the first week of February. My lord, the matter relates to a lordship appointment of Panchayat teacher in 2017 itself, my lord. There was a direction in favor of the petitioner by the district appellate authority for appointment. But till date, my lord, they have not been appointed.
No, go before the district teachers appellate authority and say that the orders are not being implemented.
That, my lord, that we have filed the execution case, my lord. Against that, my lord, the person who is not the appointing authority, they move before the state appellate authority.
No,
and the state appellate authority, my lord, has annulled the order.
Has annulled the order. Therefore, you are required to challenge the order of the state appellate authority, aren't you?
That we have challenged, my lord, in the present proceeding, my lord.
In the same case or in the other proceeding?
No, my lord, in this case only, my lord.
So therefore,
after passing the order, my lord, by the state appellate.
What is the order? What is the content of the order of the state appellate authority? Have they appointed any private respondent in your place?
My lord, they have stated a lordship with respect to, my lord, conducting the fresh round of selection, my lord.
That's good.
Now,
That's
my
right,
lord,
but
kindly
why
appreciate,
should
my lord,
we
kindly
interfere?
appreciate, my lord.
No, we
There
will
was
appreciate.
no predicament a lordship with respect to submitting application in any particular panchayat.
Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, we will appreciate when we will hear your case on its maturity and turn.
But I do appreciate, my lord, but as the lordship has directed me to mention in the first week of February, I'm just trying my luck, my lord.
That's right. We didn't know. But anyway, we give you again a liberty to mention in the first week of March if I don't reach that serial number.
Any prior date, my lord, is lordship.
First week of March. It is only 3 weeks away.
Or may I request, my lord, one thing?
Yes.
Let this matter be listed, my lord, on first week of March only, my lord. In the first week of March.
We will consider the urgency then, subject to the other mentioning. All right. Yes, Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
I may be allowed to mention a CWJC number 6742 of 2021. It is listed at serial number 1286. There are 7 petitioners working as Panchayat teacher, and they have participated in the DLA training program sponsored by the state government, but did fail in one paper. And in the light of the department's letter, they have been now proceeded to remove from service.
Rightly.
Not
only you, but several others. First, your salary would be stopped and then you would be terminated.
Lordship, I have not been terminated till date, but this letter of the department has been stayed by 2 separate writ application by the coordinate bench. I have
I may next that order. This is interim order. Status quo has been directed to be maintained.
All right. So status quo has been maintained. Is it with respect to that notification or with respect to the petitioner therein?
Petitioner's case, in the petitioner's case, the order of this honorable court has been executed. But in my case, since I was not petitioner in that case.
All right. List this matter under the heading to be mentioned on 25th of February. Please send your slip and the orders passed by the coordinate bench, which should be speaking order, the reason why it has been stayed. All right. Send in the slip. Yes. Any other mentioning?
Speaking, my lord.
Yes.
May I permit to mention, my lord? CWJC 22458 of 2019, my lord. Earlier lordship has been heard this matter and taking serious view. The board, Bihar School Examination Board, the registration, earlier registration without annulling, new registration has been generated. Present petitioner is the principal cum secretary of the governing body, my lord. Without annulling the earlier registration, a new registration, same institution, other governing body and managing committee has been issued the registration, my lord.
आप कौन बोल रहे हैं?
हम प्रिंसिपल कम सेक्रेटरी रामचंद्र सिंह बोल रहे हैं, मैडम।
अच्छा, अब बताइए। ठीक ही आपको हमने कहा था कि लास्ट में बुलाएंगे, बट आई फॉरगॉट। हाँ, अब बताइए आपकी केस कहाँ लगी हुई है?
हुजूर आउटसाइड ऑफ लिस्ट हो गया हुजूर। कल हमने ट्राई किया था सेक्शन में भी जाके, हुजूर का ही ऑर्डर है, लेकिन फिजिकल कोर्ट में लगा हुआ था 3532 पे हुजूर। लेकिन उसके बाद हम कल ट्राई किए, कंसोलिडेटेड लिस्ट में नहीं था हुजूर। सेक्शन में भी ट्राई किए, वहां नहीं चढ़ा हुआ है। कहा गया कि हुजूर का जब पेंशन स्लिप आएगा तभी ये लिस्ट पे आ पाएगा।
पैसा देखिए, ये आउटसाइड लिस्ट, ये कंसोलिडेटेड के भी बाहर का है, बट सब्जेक्ट मैटर यहीं का है। आप एक स्लिप कोर्ट मास्टर को अपने केस नंबर का भेजिए। यू फाइंड आउट what can be done. He says that I have passed some order and I had directed it to be listed. Why is it not in the consolidated list? पता करके बताते हैं, देखते हैं अगले सप्ताह में। We will see.
Sent to the along with order sheet, my lord. इसका साहब को हमने भेजा।
ठीक है, आज फिर भेज दीजिए, देख लेंगे।
ओब्लाइज।
ऑलराइट, अब आप एग्जिट कर जाएं, आप कॉल करिए। किसका डिस्टर्ब कौन? कुमार जी की तरफ से म्यूट करिए। उनको म्यूट करने के पहले बोल दीजिए, मिस्टर सुनील कुमार।
On behalf of petitioner.
हाँ, मिस्टर सुनील कुमार, आपके एंड से डिस्टरबेंस हो रहा है। अगर आपका केस अभी हो तो आप बहस करें।
यस माय लॉर्ड, मेरा ही है। आई एम अपीयरिंग ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ petitioner, माय लॉर्ड।
लेकिन परेशानी ये है कि आप अपने बगल में किसी और को बिठाए हुए हैं, उनको दूसरा डिवाइस खुलवाए हुए हैं।
माय लॉर्ड,
अगर दो डिवाइस कमरे में रखेंगे तो सब प्रोसीडिंग डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगी।
माय लॉर्ड,
एक ही डिवाइस से बहस करिए।
यस माय लॉर्ड। I am appearing, my lord. I am Krishnanand Jha, advocate on behalf of petitioner Abhishek Jha, my lord.
All right.
In this case, my lord, settlement has been made between the parties, my lord, before the mediation center, and it was settled between the parties, my lord, that after receiving 22 lakh rupees, my lord, she would file the mutual divorce petition before the Samastipur court, my lord. In this regard, my lord, 4 lakh rupees has already been paid to the opposite party number 2 wife lordship. And subsequently, so far, just amount 80 lakh rupees concerned, my lord. Although this petitioner is posted in Saharanpur, UP, my lord, in Punjab National Bank, and due to election, my lord, some technical problem has raised. That's why amount has not been given to the petitioner. Although lordship, he is ready to pay the 18 lakh rupees in installment. Lordship.
Mr. Krishnanand Jha, this statement was made by you earlier also. And I have recorded this in my order dated 23rd of December 2021.
Lordship.
Now,
Lordship.
I am allowing the anticipatory bail, provisional bail to continue,
Lordship.
Make payments. Let Mr. Arvind Mawar certify that his client has been paid that amount, and we shall confirm this order.
Lordship.
What
Only,
time do you require?
only
Please do
Lordship.
not ask. Please do not ask for any concession because of the troubled times and all that.
No,
You
Lordship.
make payments.
Lordship.
Make payments. Take your time. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We are inclined to give you. Once you disclose your intention, and I find that you have already paid 4 lakhs and you are ready to pay 18 lakhs, we will
Lordship.
grant you time. What time do you require? Just tell us.
Lordship, only petitioner is ready to pay, Lordship, in 2 or 3 installment, Lordship.
नहीं वो सब आप 2-3 installments की बात तो वहाँ agreement में तो नहीं हुआ था.
Lordship, it was Lordship.
Let us see. Did you agree for phased payment?
I am ready. Petitioner ready to pay the entire amount, Lordship, 18 lakh. But only, Lordship, some time is needed, and he would pay the entire amount, Lordship.
बोलिए कब time कब रखते हैं?
2 month, Lordship, it would be convenient because he is due to election in UP, Lordship. Due to election in UP, Lordship.
We are inclined to accept your proposal. Now,
Lordship,
can you make payment of 10 lakhs within 1 month and the rest 8 lakhs in the next month? We will allow this to continue.
Lordship.
All right.
He would pay,
Yes.
but Lordship, only one thing before Lordship's folded hand, it is request on behalf of the petitioner, Lordship, that opposite party may be given to file the 13B petition before the court below Samastipur.
We will
Lordship.
ensure that.
And after receiving
worry.
command, Lordship, she would withdraw the criminal case, this Lordship.
All right.
Lordship.
Yes, Mr. Mawar.
My lord, I am ready to.
All right. So what I direct is that the petitioner shall make payment of rupees 10 lakhs within 1 month from today, and you shall promptly file an application for mutual divorce.
My lord.
And after the balance amount of 8 lakhs is paid to you in the next month, you shall withdraw the criminal case which you have lodged against the petitioner.
My lord.
Lordship, one submission more, Lordship.
अरे जितना आप मांगे सब दे दिया, फिर उसके बाद फिर one submission, two submission.
Lordship, only one. A maintenance has also been filed by the opposite party wife, Lordship.
All cases will be withdrawn.
All cases will be withdrawn. Maintenance case का मतलब क्या हुआ जब one time settlement 22 लाख रुपए
Lordship.
ये सब बोलने की क्या जरूरत है? Anyway, आपने बोल दिया, ठीक किया. आप 1 महीने में 10 लाख रुपए जमा कर दें. हम 1 महीने के बाद लगाते हैं. 1 महीने में अगर 10 लाख रुपए जमा कर दिए होंगे तो मैं फर्दर 1 महीना समय दूंगा और उसी बीच में और सब इंश्योर करा लूंगा. Is that okay?
Lordship. 13B only he also be direct, Lordship.
कहा कहते दिया.
Lordship.
उसको ऑर्डर में भी लिखा.
तो कहते हैं विड्रॉ कर लेंगे तो क्या खोलते हैं आप?
Heard Mr. Krishnanand Jha, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Mr. Arvind Kumar Mawar for the opposite party number 2. The state is represented by
My lord.
by Mr. Rampriya Sharan Singh. The petitioner, who is the husband of opposite party number 2, submits that as settled before the mediator in the mediation center of Patna High Court, the petitioner is ready to make the entire payment of rupees 22 lakhs, which he has agreed to pay in lieu of all the matrimonial commitments, and subject to the condition that the OP number 2 shall cooperate the petitioner in getting mutual divorce by mutual consent by filing an application under section 13B of the Hindu Marriage Act before a competent court, and on payment of the entire amount, all cases lodged by her would be withdrawn. Learned counsel for the petitioner has submitted that against the aforesaid agreement, 4 lakhs rupees has already been paid, and only because of some technical snag in the bank account of the petitioner and the petitioner remaining busy in election duty in the district of Saharanpur in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the balance amount could not be paid. A further request has been made by the learned counsel for the petitioner that 2 installments be fixed for making the entire payment, which the petitioner intends to do without fail. The petitioner is ready to make payment of rupees 10 lakhs within next 30 days, subject to the condition that after receiving that amount, the OP number 2 shall cooperate in filing the mutual divorce application before the court below. The balance amount of rupees 8 lakhs shall be paid in the second month after 30 days of the expiry of the first 30 days. Whereupon the OP number 2 shall withdraw all criminal cases, all criminal/matrimonial case, except the case for mutual divorce against the petitioner. Mr. Mawar, learned advocate for the OP number 2, does not have any objection to the aforesaid request/proposal of the counsel for the petitioner. Let rupees 10 lakhs be paid on or before the next date. It is only on compliance of the aforesaid promise made by the petitioner that this court would consider further extending the privilege of provisional bail to the petitioner. Re-notify on आज से 31वां दिन लगाइए.
7th of March.
नहीं में हो जाएगा. List this matter on 7th of March. Till such time, the interim order in favor of the petitioner shall continue, which shall be extendable subject to the fulfillment of the promise made by the petitioner. Promise/commitment made by the petitioner.
Obliged, my lord.
Obliged, my lord.
Number 2, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Sinha.
मैं प्लीज लॉर्डशिप.
Yes.
इस केस में हजूर इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि ये लोग आपस में जो है सो डाइवोर्स म्यूचुअल कंसेंट से लेना चाहते हैं, दोनों अलग अलग रहना चाहते हैं. अब इन्फॉर्मेंट आए हुए हैं, पिछले 2 डेट से नहीं आए थे तो अभी आए हैं.
Yes, Mr. Achal Kumar Sinha. हो गया. Yes, Mr. Achal Sinha. माइक Mr. Sinha.
माइक ऑन कीजिए.
माइक ऑन कीजिए सर.
इसमें हजूर कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई है अभी तक. कोई पिटीशन भी तैयार नहीं हुआ है.
आप ऐसे बहस कर रहे हैं जैसे लग रहा है कि केवल डिस्प्यूट करने के लिए, ओनली टू डिस्प्यूट द कंटेंशन ऑफ द पिटिशनर, टू जस्टिफाई योर वकालतनामा, यू आर मेकिंग सच अ स्टेटमेंट. He is not saying that it has been done. He says that he has been informed that the parties have become ad idem today, that they will lead separate lives. तो अभी कुछ नहीं हुआ है, नहीं होना है, उससे हम थोड़ी बेल कैंसिल कर देंगे इनकी. बेल तो कैंसिल करूंगा नहीं. तो आप you behave like an officer of the court and you behave like an elderly person of the society and find out whether such settlement is possible in future. Then we will allow the anticipatory bail, subject to the condition that both of you agree to part ways amicably. ये कहना तो नहीं हुआ है, oppose करेंगे हर बात तो कैसे पता चलेगा? Take instructions.
ठीक है हजूर, इंस्ट्रक्शन ले लेते हैं हजूर.
ऐसे 498 है के मामले में ऐसे नहीं बहस होता. पूरा एफर्ट वकील को भी करना है कि मैटर हस्बैंड वाइफ में सेटल हो जाए. ये कोई क्रिमिनल केस तो है, आईपीसी के तहत प्रावधान है, लेकिन ये दोनों कोई क्रिमिनल थोड़ी है. आपस में सहमति नहीं बन पाई तो आपका प्रयोजन ये होना चाहिए एज एन एडवोकेट कि आप देखिए कि लास्ट स्टेज तक कैसे बात सुलह हो जाए. अगर आपस में मिलकर रहने लगे सबसे बढ़िया, नहीं रहे तो म्यूचुअली अग्रीड टर्म्स पर पार्ट अवे करें. लेकिन अब ये केस मुकदमे से तो कुछ होना नहीं है. तो आप एकदम सिविल सूट में जैसे हर प्लेंट में लिखी हुई बात को अपोज करना होता है रिटन स्टेटमेंट में, उस टाइप का आप कर रहे हैं. पता करिए कि तैयार है कि नहीं आपकी पार्टी म्यूचुअल कंसेंट से डिवोर्स लेकर अलग अलग जिंदगी जीने को. पता करके बताइए नेक्स्ट वीक में. टेलीफोनिक भी पता कर लेंगे तो हम लोग अरेंजमेंट बना देंगे.
ठीक है कर सकते हैं.
लिखिए, the counsel for Mr. Achal Kumar Sinha, learned counsel for OP number 2, seeks some time to take instructions from his client as to the correctness of the statement made by the petitioner that the parties have now decided to get themselves divorced by mutual consent and also part ways amicably. Re-notify this case 2 सप्ताह के बाद लगाई. Re-notify this case on 17th of February. Interim order in the meanwhile shall continue.
Obliged.
CLF 4, Mr. Amanindra Kumar Jha.
May please lordship.
Yes.
By order 17 December 21, my lord. Lordship has been pleased to grant provisional bail, my lord. And notice was issued to the complainant.
Who appears for
in
the
the meantime, this petitioner knew that complaint has all died, my lord. Thereafter, my lord, and February, your lordship has said that the wife be added as a party, my lord. On 2nd February, March, my lord, I have already filed a supplementary affidavit for adding the party, the wife of the late complainant, my lord. Let the order be when.
All right. All right.
Issuance of notice, my lord.
All right. A supplementary affidavit has been filed on behalf of the petitioner for pleading the wife of the complainant OP number 2, namely Srimati Radha Devi, in the event of the complainant OP number 2 having left for the heavenly abode during the pendency of this petition. The prayer made in the supplementary affidavit is allowed. The wife of the present complainant is permitted to be substituted in his place. The registry is directed to amend the course title and substitute the name of Radha Devi, wife of Chotan Das, resident of Rajaun, PS Rajaun in the district of Banka, in place of the complainant of the party number 2. In place of her husband, who had been impleaded as opposite party number 2. Complainant who had been impleaded as opposite party number 2. Full stop. Let fresh notice be issued to Srimati Radha Devi, the newly substituted opposite party number 2 on the steps being taken by the petitioner within a period of 1 week, both modes, returnable on 2 weeks.
4 weeks, my lord.
4 weeks, within a period of 2 weeks, both modes, returnable on 28th of March. Interim order in the meanwhile shall continue.
स्टेट से हुजूर गणेश प्रसाद से
लिख दीजिएगा. लिख देंगे नाम गणेश प्रसाद.
Mr. Brij Kishore Misra.
Sorry, may appearing for the petitioner, Milos.
Yes.
Milos, kindly have a look, Milos. Order dated 20th December 2021, passed by your lordship, Milos.
Yes.
Milos, by which Milos interim order was granted to the petitioner, Milos. And the Milos party number 2, Milos, the informant was asked to produce Milos Mahadanama.
Informant hai?
Milord, I am appearing on behalf of the informant, Milord.
Yes,
Milord,
Mr.
Milord, due to my personal difficulty, Milord, because I became ill, Milord, seriously became ill, Milord, and this is why it could not be filed, Milord.
All right, कब फाइल करेंगे? हो गया, अब आपकी बात समझ गए, आप इल लग रहे हैं. बोलिए कब
2 weeks time may be granted, Milord.
2 weeks में ठीक हो जाएंगे, नहीं तो मैं 3 weeks रख देता हूँ.
3 weeks कर दिया जाए. 2 weeks में हो जाएगा, Milord, चुके 2 weeks हो जाएगा.
सेफ साइड के लिए 3 weeks कर देते हैं. इंटरिम ऑर्डर तो उनको है ही है, आप आराम से करिए.
Obliged, Milord.
देखिए, Mr. Deobind Kumar Singh, Learned Counsel for the opposite party number 2, submits that because he was taken ill recently, he could not bring on record the Mahadnama on which he rests his claim and the complaint, on which he rests his claim and the case. He seeks some time to file necessary documents for an effective determination in this case. Re-notify on
24th of February.
interim order in the meanwhile shall continue.
Obliged. Obliged.
Number 7, Mr. Prabhakar Singh.
My lord, kindly pass over for the my lord.
Pass.
Right, my lord.
Serial number 8, Mr. Ramadhar Sekhar.
I am for the petitioner, my lord.
Yes.
इसमें कॉल फॉर केस डायरी हुआ था, my lord.
क्यों हुआ था? कुछ खास बात होगी? मैंने 307 में केवल डायरी मांगा है, आपको इंटरिम प्रोटेक्शन नहीं दिया है, कुछ तो होगा. Let us see what is the FIR. Let us see what's the FIR.
हमारे पास नहीं है सर, ऑर्गन काउंसिल रामाधार शेखर, my lord, my senior, my lord.
आप कहें तो कि you're unable to argue this case, you can seek a passover, but is this the way, Mr. Arjun Prasad? You start your argument and then you say that file is with your senior. What kind of advocacy are you? Have you learned? Anyway, I'll pass it over tomorrow.
My lord, 1 week कर दिया जाए, मेरे फाइल नहीं है, उनसे मांग लेंगे हुजूर. 1 week कर दिया जाएगा.
As prayed for on behalf of the petitioner, re-notify on. Give a date of 1 week.
10th of February.
My lord.
09, MS Usha Kumari Singh.
May I please, Your Lordship?
Yes.
I'm acting on
Yes.
behalf of petitioner, my lord.
Yes.
Application for anticipatory bail in connection with PS case number 93/2020 under section 304B and 34 of IPC, my lord. Petitioners are father-in-law, mother-in-law, Bhansur and Gudni of the deceased, my lord, as stated in para 10. Earlier, the case diary was called for. My lord, the husband of deceased had also preferred anticipatory bail before this honorable court. Wide criminal miscellaneous 14125/2021, which was withdrawn on earlier occasion, my lord. He has surrendered.
You have surrendered? Husband has surrendered?
Yes, my
When?
lord.
When?
My lord, he has surrendered on 21/2022. I have filed supplementary affidavit, my lord, on 1/2/2022.
All right. Supplementary affidavit is not on record, but we accept your statement. It must have been filed. We accept your statement.
My lord. My lord.
This is a statement of who? Look here. What is your name?
Sadhana Suman.
Heard MS Sadhana Suman, learned advocate for the petitioners and so and so for the state. The petitioners seek bail in anticipation of their arrest in connection with so and so. Stop. By order dated 23rd of December 2021, the petitioners number 2 and 4, on the ground of there being ladies and there being no specific accusation against them, were granted provisional bail, and case diary was called for consideration of the case diary was called for. The case diary has since been received. Stop. The learned counsel for the petitioner has informed this court that after the rejection of the anticipatory bail petition of the husband of the deceased, he has surrendered to the process of law on 20th of January 2022. Stop. This fact is stated to have been brought on record by way of supplementary affidavit, which is not part of the record. Stop. However, believing the statement of the learned counsel for the petitioner to be true, this court finds that the accusation against all the petitioners in the present petition is general and omnibus, and they appear to have been made accused in this case because of their relationship with the husband of the deceased. The petitioners number 1 and 3 are the father-in-law and brother-in-law of the deceased, whereas petitioners number 2 and 4 are the mother-in-law and sister-in-law of the deceased. The counsel for the petitioner has also drawn the attention of this court to the fact that the accusation is based on suspicion and nothing else. The deceased, along with her husband, had been leading a separate life with no interference from the family members of the husband of the deceased, including the petitioners. Nothing specific has been collected. No specific evidence has been collected during the course of investigation. And therefore, it has been urged on behalf of the petitioners that no useful purpose would be served in sending the petitioners to jail. Stop. The petitioners have the petitioners assure that they shall participate in the investigation if the case is still pending investigation, and if the case goes to trial, they shall participate in the trial also. Stop. Considering the aforementioned submissions on behalf of the petitioners, the provisional bail granted to petitioners number 2 and 4 is confirmed. They shall remain on the same bail bonds. The petitioners number 1 and 3 are also directed to be released in the event of their arrest or surrender on their furnishing bonds in the sum of 10,000 with 2 sureties of like amount. The application stands disposed of.
Highly obliged, my lord.
Mr. Ashok Kumar.
Anticipatory bail, my lord, in connection with 424674711 of the Indian Penal Code, my lord. Petitioner is a panchayat teacher, my lord. Last occasion हजूर कहा गया था हजूर कि सप्लीमेंट्री एफिडेविट फाइल किए हैं हजूर 31/1/22 को हजूर 21 में हम और petitioner has already resigned from the post of panchayat teacher 21/7/21, my lord. Annexure 2, my lord, page 5.
मिस्टर अशोक कुमार, थोड़ी देर के लिए आप अपनी माइक ऑफ कर लीजिए। मैं देख रहा हूँ फाइल आपकी, आपके तरफ से डिस्टरबेंस बहुत आ रहा है। आप माइक ऑफ करिए।
स्टेट इन दिस केस मिलाड।
ऑलराइट,
सप्लीमेंट्री फाइल करना था इनको मिलाड, मेरे को तो नहीं भेजे ये।
नहीं कर दिए हैं, आप घबराएं नहीं। सप्लीमेंट्री में जो इन्होंने लिखा है मैं आपको बता दूंगा, पहले देखने दीजिए कि इन्हें मैं बेल देने के पक्ष में हूँ। देखिए, heard Mr. Ashok Kumar, learned advocate for the petitioner, and Ms. Meena Singh for the state. The petitioner seeks bail in anticipation of her arrest in connection with so-and-so. Stop. The accusation against the petitioner is of having obtained the employment by tampering with the result of BETET. Stop. Learned counsel for the petitioner has submitted that the accusation is false and that she has already resigned from the job. Call for the case diary and list this matter on receipt of the same on 3rd of March. Stop. In the meantime, the petitioner, in the event of her arrest or surrender, shall be released on provisional bail on her furnishing bonds in the sum of 10,000 sureties of like amount.
Seal number 11, Mr. Dhirendra Kumar.
Yes. तो धीरेन्द्र कुमार में कुछ मेंशन हुआ था ना? It was mentioned, Mr. Somebody had mentioned. चलिए.
And the heading for orders. Channel 14, Mr. Nivedita Nirvikar.
दूसरा वाला क्या हुआ? कर दीजिएगा. All right. Yes.
Mr. Nivedita Nirvikar. MS Nivedita Nirvikar.
I am on behalf of the respondent, my lord.
Serial 12 has been withdrawn.
My lord, so my appearance may be mentioned.
Yeah.
I am for the claimant respondent, my lord.
Maybe तो आप you have succeeded, आपको 22 लाख रुपए मिल गए हैं, be happy. इसने withdraw कर लिया अपनी आपकी petition से, आपकी application हम क्यों लगा रहे? उन्होंने withdraw कर लिया और
मेरा नाम मेंशन कर दिया जाएगा.
All right, ऊपर मैं लिख लें मधुरेंद्र कुमार for the respondent.
Highly obliged.
Serial number 13 was wrongly listed. So
wrongly listed because somebody had mentioned the wrong number. But by chance, even wrongly it has come and you want to argue, we can give you a hearing.
Yesterday evening only counter affidavit has been served.
आपसे मैंने पूछा, आपको मन हो तो आप बहस करें, नहीं मन हो तो wrongly listed करके नीचे कर दें. ऐसे फिर आप दोबारा मेंशन करेंगे ये कहने को कि हमारी केस ट्रांसफर वाली केस है, मेंशन करिए, और आपके गुड लक से आ गया है. आई डोंट नो गुड लक और बैड लक, वी विल नॉट नो. अब आ गया है और आपको बहस करना हो तो करिए.
हम हुजूर 2 मिनट समय लेंगे, कर देते हैं बस.
और that's more like a prompt advocate who appears for the state.
Your Lordship, I am appearing on behalf of the state.
All right, Mr. Prashant Pratap. All right. Yes, Mr. Gyan Prakash.
Again, the order of transfer, Your Lordship. Again, the order of transfer, annexure 1.
Yes.
Your Lordship, this transfer, my submission would be, Your Lordship, that this transfer are premature. Petitioners were lastly posted or by transfer only 1 year and 2 years before, and by adoption can choose method, Your Lordship, this transfer order has been done. That is my submission. Because the teachers who were posted for more than 3 years in many schools have not been transferred. And these petitioners have been transferred within 1 year or 2 years of their earlier transfer. That is my submission, Your Lordship.
Well, that submission is not acceptable for the reason that it doesn't appear to be a case of cherry picking, for the reason that several persons have been transferred, number one.
Correct, Your Lordship.
And number two, you may not have spent 3 years at a particular place of posting, but that is not a iron cast die condition. It is not a dyed in wool condition that without completing 3 years you cannot be transferred. This is the basic law of service jurisprudence. Under administrative needs, you could be transferred, notwithstanding any circular, any guideline of the state government or your employer in that regard. And
exactly.
So therefore, unless you can show malefides, unless you can show that it is in breach of any particular rule, normally the orders of transfer are not challenged, unless you say that some extraneous consideration has weighed and not the administrative convenience or the necessity of smooth functioning of the schools.
Then for that, Your Lordship, though the pleadings are there in my read petition itself, but for that, Your Lordship, let it be possible. I will file reply to counter affidavit bringing the names of those persons. So many teachers who have been posted for more than 3 years could not be transferred.
Mr. Gyan Prakash, the counter affidavit is here on record. You want to go through the same and respond? We can adjourn this matter. We can pass over the matter. It will come tomorrow. But the fact of the matter is that it appears from the counter affidavit that the transfers have been effected for the purposes of optimizing the student teacher ratio.
That I will refute. That will refute, Your Lordship. That is not fact, Your Lordship. That is not fact. Because transfer of the
उसको रिफ्यूट नहीं कर सकेंगे. आइसोलेटेड केस रहता, 1-2 तो बात थी. ये 1/3, more than 1/3 of the persons have been transferred.
ये कह रहे हुजूर काउंटर में गर्ल्स स्कूल में लेडीज टीचर को बैलेंस करने के लिए किया गया, और इस ट्रांसफर ऑर्डर में ही बहुत सारी
आप ऐसा करिए, आप इसको काउंटर एफिडेविट पढ़िए. जस्ट अ मिनट. काउंटर अगर आप चाहते हैं तो मैं इसे भेज दूंगा अपने सीरियल पर, बिकॉज आई एम नॉट इंक्लाइंड टू इंटरफेयर. लेकिन फायदा क्या है? अब जब बहस आपने कर लिया, आप ऐसा करिए, इसकी रिजॉइंडर दे दीजिए इफ यू सो रिक्वायर, और तैयार होकर आए. जो भी बहस करना वो कल करें, खत्म करेंगे इसे.
कल रिजॉइंडर कल तक नहीं होगा, इसको उसी प्लेस पर भेज दिया जाए, रीच करके आ जाएगा 2-4 दिन में अपने, तब तक हम काउंटर फाइल कर देंगे.
अब एक बार गलती से भी आ गया तो फिर अब ये जाएगा कहाँ? अनलेस हमें अलाउ करना होता तो आपकी बात मैं मान लेता. मुझे डिसमिस करनी है पर्दे से, तो फिर मैं क्या करूं?
जहां था हुजूर वहीं भेज दिया जाएगा, हम रिजॉइंडर कर देंगे.
All right, Mr. Prashant Pratap, let us not put Mr. Gyan Prakash in any embarrassment. He never mentioned it. Why to give him? This case has wrongly been listed. Let it go back to the serial number where it was listed earlier.
Highly obliged, Lordship. Highly obliged, Lordship.
All right.
And the heading for orders.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं सुनिए Mr. Gyan Prakash, it doesn't look nice. Once I have heard and the State Council also has appeared, we will give you time to file your rejoinder, and that way it will go at that stage. लिखिए, though this case was wrongly listed on mistaking it for the case which had been mentioned for uplisting, but since it has been listed before this court, comma, the same has been taken up for consideration. The petitioners have challenged their order of transfer on the ground that they have been handpicked by the respondents without their even completing the statutory period of 3 years at a particular place, at a particular school. It has further been submitted that some of the teachers have not even completed 1 year in their place of posting. Mr. Prashant Pratap, Learned Counsel for the State, however, with reference to the counter affidavit, submits that such transfer is not whimsical, but with a method. It has been effected on administrative reasons, for optimizing the student-teacher ratio in all the schools in the state of Bihar. The Learned Counsel for the petitioner seeks to file rejoinder. For the aforesaid purpose, he seeks some time. Let the rejoinder to the affidavit be filed positively by the next date. Re-notify this case on 23rd of March. The copy of the rejoinder affidavit shall be served upon the council for the state on or before the next date.
Lordship, let it come in 3rd week of February itself, Your Lordship.
नहीं अब रहने दीजिए.
बहुत दूर हो जाता है हुजूर. फरवरी में किसी से
आप दोनों चीज में तैयार नहीं है. मैं आप कह रहे हैं वहीं भेज देना. ऐसे लिखिए. All right, on 25th of February.
Obliged, Lordship. Obliged.
Under heading for orders, Serial 14, Nivedita Nirvikar.
Yes, Your Lordship, appearing on behalf of petitioner of Your Lordship.
Yes.
Your Lordship, in this case, we have taken earlier also time, but we are unable to contact our client, Your Lordship, and he must be in some difficulty. So we are trying our best to contact him, but we are not.
Look, you have challenged.
Yes, Your Lordship.
You have challenged some of the provisions of the newly amended rules. Now we can't adjourn it just like that. It's a matter which requires consideration. If you don't want to say withdraw this petition to file again another petition, we don't know. But
Yes, but we are not having any kind of instruction from our client.
Yeah, are we to take into account such lack of communication between the advocate and the client? Not at all. In the first instance, you should argue. There must have, Mr. Try and understand. I am going to adjourn. Please don't worry. But this plea is absolutely untenable. Only after receiving proper instructions in the matter, you would have filed this petition. So for what purpose do you want to contact your client again before this matter is taken up even once? You know, it gives a very wrong impression. Either you don't file, either you withdraw, you don't attend to this case, let it be dismissed for non-prosecution. But can you take the plea that, look here, I have filed this case, but before the argument, I could not contact my client? Can this be the ground? You could say something else, not this before the court. The court perhaps will think that you are unnecessarily pestering the client after obtaining wakalatnama and all instructions, material and physical. You have filed this petition, again you are asking for your client. Why?
No, Your Lordship, there is some other reasons, Your Lordship.
What reason? Tell us. What is the ground? What is your difficulty in addressing the court? Merely because you have not been able to communicate with your client is no ground. Take another ground. Think of something else.
Yes, Your Lordship.
If you're not prepared, we can give you time, but don't seek time on false grounds, on inconsequential grounds. If you're not prepared, we are ready to grant you adjournment. Be absolutely truthful to the court. Absolutely truthful. If you say that you want time because you have to file certain documents, you'll have to tell the court on the asking of the court that this document was left to be filed. We have been able to find this document. We will be filing it. आप ऐसे नहीं कर सकते कि हमको क्लाइंट से कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हुआ इसलिए हम नहीं करेंगे. तो फाइल कैसे किया आपने, कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हुआ तो?
But you know, there is some reasons regarding some documents only. That's why we are just trying our best to contact.
I have just now told you, you're a young counsel. Make upfront disclosure before the court. The court is here to not to put any advocate in trouble, only to accommodate advocates, to hear them, to assist them, and to assist the system. ऐसे गलत बोल के आप हमसे कोई टाइम नहीं ले सकते. कहिए कि आप नहीं तैयार हैं, मैं टाइम दे दूंगा. ये सब गलत सलत बात कहेंगे तो मैं फिर डिसमिस कर दूंगा.
Also praying for 8 weeks.
All right. I can give you time for 6 months, provided good reason is assigned. ऐसे नहीं होता. और ये नए वकालत के टेन्योर में ये काम नहीं करें. आपके सीनियर भी बताए होंगे कि आप ऐसे बात बोल दीजिए जाकर वो टाइम हो जाएगा, वो मत करिएगा. ठीक है ना? करेक्ट बात बोलिए कि मैं तैयार नहीं हूं, मुझे और कुछ इसमें मंगाना है, क्लाइंट ने फीस नहीं दिया है. फाइल तो कर दिया, फीस नहीं दिया, इसलिए मैं नहीं बस करूंगा. इंप्रेशन तो आप यही दे रहे हैं. एनीवे, व्हेन डू यू वांट 8 वीक्स?
Yes, Your Lordship. In physical.
फिर अगेन आपने कुछ ज्यादा बोल दिया. 8 वीक्स तो मैं दे रहा था. फिजिकल मोड मुझे कैसे पता होगा फिजिकल मोड कब है? मुझे अंदाज लग रहा है कि फिजिकल मोड मार्च में हो जाएगा, तो 8 वीक्स फिर कैसे देंगे?
नहीं, तो 8 वीक्स ही रखेंगे.
इतनी देर से तो ये बता रहा था. As prayed for on behalf of the petitioner, re-notify on 8 weeks के बाद लगाइए. 1st of April.
Oblige.
All right.
7:15. Mr. Nagendra Dubey.
Make please, Your Lordship. Today I am audible, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Yeah. Therefore, quashing the order dated 30th of July 2020, Your Lordship, annexed as Annex 13 at page 32, Your Lordship, by which the respondent number 5 is authorized to act as the in charge headmaster of the school in question in place of the petitioner, Your Lordship. This one is the case. Now, what is the fact? Just I am explaining this, Your Lordship. 20th of July 2019, the school in question was inspected by the district education officer Gopalganj and found some irregularity, and the same was reported to the DDC Gopalganj, Your Lordship. That after receiving the report of the DEO Gopalganj, the DDC issued a letter asking clarification so cause within 14 days. That is at page 22, Your Lordship.
नहीं, तो आपने कहा कि you have been removed from the post of in charge principal. The fact of the matter is the order reads that you have been suspended.
Yes, yes. Just I am coming on that point. On that point, Your Lordship. I am coming. What is the fact of the case, Your Lordship?
Fact से मतलब नहीं है. आप just a minute. Suspension के बाद क्या वो departmental proceeding initiate हुआ?
Yes, departmental proceeding was initiated. In that proceeding, I have been exonerated from the entire allegation leveled against me.
Where is that? Where is that?
Found.
Where is that?
Yes, I am coming on that, Your Lordship. That is, Your Lordship, Annexure 7 at page 29. Lordship has got that.
आरोप पत्र का जांच प्रतिवेदन श्रीमती रश्मि को निलंबन से मुक्त करने की अनुशंसा किया गया है. रश्मि को निलंबन से मुक्त किया जाता है. उसके बाद फिर आपकी पोस्टिंग कहाँ हुई?
Yes, Your Lordship, in the same school where I was working, Your Lordship, that is at page 30 Annexure 8.
Page 30 Annexure 8.
May I read, Your Lordship?
Annexure 8 तो कुछ और है. Annexure 8 है कि आपका निलंबन मुक्त होने के फलस्वरूप मूल पदस्थापित विद्यालय में योगदान हेतु विरमित किया जाता है.
During the period of suspension, Your Lordship, my headquarters was fixed at the DE office Gopalganj. Therefore, after removal of suspension, Your Lordship, I was relieved from the office of the DEO, and thereafter I had
मूल पदस्थापित विद्यालय वही था जहाँ छोटा कौन सा
जी,
स्कूल है,
जी,
माया
जी।
छोटा उच्च विद्यालय, उच्च माध्यमिक विद्यालय, हायर सेकेंडरी। हाँ, तो अब क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
Thereafter, I joined in that school, Your Lordship, that is Annexure 9 at page 31. उपयुक्त विषय साधन सूचित करना है कि उप विकास आयुक्त सह मुख्य कार्यपालक
समझ गए। तो
पदाधिकारी
अब इसके बाद फिर आपको ज्वाइन करने दिया नहीं दिया ये बताएंगे ना। तो सस्पेंशन ऑर्डर क्या चैलेंज कर रहे हैं जब वो रिवोक हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया? क्या मिस्टर,
नहीं, सस्पेंशन ऑर्डर चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं हुजूर।
तब क्या कर रहे हैं?
After removal from suspension, I had joined.
आगे बोलिए मिस्टर दुबे, क्या अब क्या परेशानी है?
Yes, Your Lordship. The problem is that before suspension or before inspection of the school, I was working as a in charge headmaster. Now, from Annexure 10 at page 30, in place of the petitioner, respondent number 5 was authorized to act as a in charge headmaster of the school in question, Your Lordship. In view of the notification of Kandika 724, Your Lordship. Lordship, what the notification says, kindly have a glance to the notification, Lordship, that is already on record in the counter affidavit at page 16, Your Lordship.
नहीं, आप एक बात समझे, ये जो एनेक्शर 10 जो है वो दिस इज ऑर्डर डेटेड 30th of July 2020. Anup Kumar was made in charge in the absence of any regular principal, and because the senior most, you being the senior most, you were suspended and you were asked to report in the DEO office. Now after this, ये order तो विद्यालय में ये completely working arrangement है। जैसे ही विद्यालय में स्थायी प्रधानाध्यापक के पदस्थापन होने की स्थिति में ये आदेश स्वतः निरस्त समझा जाएगा। तो अगर स्थायी, सुनिए, अननेसेसरली टाइम लगाते, अगर स्थायी प्रिंसिपल नहीं है, आप भी इंचार्ज प्रिंसिपल हैं, तो आप वहां जाकर अप्लाई करेंगे बिफोर यू विल मेक अ रिप्रेजेंटेशन बिफोर द चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर जिला परिषद गोपालगंज, बिकॉज इट इज कंट्रोलिंग द इंस्टीट्यूशंस under the Jila Parishad, and say that after the allegations against me have been found to be absolutely non-existent, and I have been exonerated, and I have been made to join the school, therefore in accordance with seniority I must be made the in-charge principal. तो ये ऐसे ही कैसे चले आए आप यहाँ? इसमें हम क्या करेंगे? Who is stopping you? ये ऑर्डर तो खुद ही लग रहा है कि आदेश स्वतः निरस्त समझा जाएगा, इसको मैं सेटिसाइड करके क्या करूंगा? ये तो ऑर्डर सही है।
जरा सा हुजूर नोटिफिकेशन जिस परव्यू में ये आदेश किया गया है उसको जरा सा एक लाइन देख लिया जाए।
अननेसेसरी बहस करने से कोई फायदा नहीं है मिस्टर दुबे। ट्राई एंड अंडरस्टैंड, बी फोकस्ड इन योर अप्रोच। आप क्या चाहते हैं कोर्ट से वो हमने आपको बता दिया। आप क्या कह रहे हैं क्वॉश करने, उससे आपको कोई फायदा नहीं होगा। दैट वी शैल नॉट डू।
जरा सा
क्यों? हम देखने को आपके यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं देखने के लिए, बट क्यों, किस बैकग्राउंड में क्या क्या
को देख लिया जाए? that is arbitrary order in my view, subject to your lordship's correction.
No, but now this order has that order has been set aside. Now it has been corrected. Why should I? तो हम रिट में क्यों देखेंगे? आप कॉम्पेंसेशन फाइल करिए, कोई केस फाइल करिए। यहाँ तो आप सिचुएशन को करेक्ट करने के लिए आपने रिट फाइल किया है, वो ऑलरेडी करेक्टेड है, तो मैं क्या करूंगा? क्या बहस कर रहे हैं?
नहीं हुजूर, थोड़ा सा उस नोटिफिकेशन को देख लिया जाए। दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट ऑर्डर इन व्यू ऑफ द नोटिफिकेशन इशूड बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, योर लॉर्डशिप। दैट इज ऑलरेडी ऑन रिकॉर्ड। That is already on record. Just for my satisfaction, I would like to place that part, your lordship.
Yes.
Lordship, kindly have a glance to page 17 of the counter affidavit.
Counter affidavit has not been filed.
My lord, counter affidavit has been filed and copy has also been served.
Mr. Madhav Prasad Yadav.
Yes,
काउंटर एफिडेविट नहीं, क्यों नहीं लगाते हैं? अच्छा पढ़िए, देखें क्या है। व्हाट इज इट? नॉट हियर विद मी।
माय लॉर्ड, पढ़िए इसमें 1 मिनट में
जी। लॉर्डशिप, द ऑर्डर annexure 10 has been issued in view of the
just a minute Mr. Dubey, Mr. Madhav Prasad Yadav wants to say something. बोलिए।
My lord, annexure B of counter affidavit says those person who have been appointed in the secondary senior secondary, my lord. The respondent number 5 is the teacher of senior secondary, my lord. And on this ground, my lord, the petition, respondent number 5 has been declared as a senior teacher, my lord. My lord, kindly see the annexure
Just-
B of.
अब काइंडली सी तो मेरे पास तो आपका है ही नहीं ना, वो तो
अच्छा,
उसी
हम
के लिए
पढ़ देते हैं हुजूर इसको। कांडिका 7 उपयुक्त
चलिए,
वर्णित
ऐसा करिए मिस्टर माधव प्रसाद यादव, प्लीज ट्रांसमिट द काउंटर एफिडेविट टू माय कोर्ट मास्टर टुडे. ही शैल हैव इट टैग्ड विद द रिकॉर्ड्स ऑफ दिस केस. और रजिस्ट्री में पता नहीं कहाँ चला जा रहा है, इट्स नॉट हियर. आप इसको मेरे कोर्ट मास्टर को भेज सकते हैं, आज भेज दें. मैं इसको केवल पास ओवर कर रहा हूँ.
मंडे को रख दीजिए ना.
आप पास ओवर रहने दीजिए. आप भेजने
हुजूर
में
मंडे को रख दिया जाए,
मंडे को ही रख दिया जाए.
कल आप टाइम ले लेंगे, हमें वो एडजर्न करने का नहीं है. आप कल
इसमें जो है, इसमें रेस्पोंडेंट नंबर 5 को नोटिस भी
क्यों? Unless Mr. Dubey makes out a case for himself, why should I issue notice to respondent number 5 unnecessarily? ये कहाँ का नियम है? अगर मैं इनकी पिटीशन को अलाउ करूंगा, तब अलाउ करने का मन बनाऊंगा, तब उसको नोटिस करूंगा. भले अभी हम इनके बात से ये रिट में हम इंटरफेयर ही नहीं करने वाले हैं अभी तक, तो क्यों उसको बुलाएंगे?
इसको मंडे
Putting unnecessarily persons to trouble. With a click of button आप इसको हमारे पास ट्रांसमिट कर सकते हैं, और आप इसके लिए समय ले रहे हैं. If you can't do, we will ask Mr. Dubey to do it.
My lord, tomorrow I am in personal difficulty. Monday को हुजूर रख दिया जाए.
You plus please ensure Mr. Dubey that the document is sent to my court master today. Tomorrow you can take time. We will grant adjournment. We will hear you on Monday only. नहीं समझ रहे हैं? मैं मंडे को ही
रख दिया जाए. मंडे को ही रख दिया जाना. क्या
देखिए, दिक्कत कुछ भी नहीं है. आप
हम लोगों का पर्पस थोड़ा सॉल्व हो जाएगा
हुजूर. मंडे को
देखिए, Mr. Madhav Prasad Yadav, learned advocate for the state, submits that counter affidavit in this case has already been filed. First up, however, the same is not on record. First up, Sri Yadav is requested to transmit a copy of the affidavit, of the counter affidavit, to the court master today, so that the matter could be taken up on Monday. So that the matter could be taken up on the next day, to re-notify on Monday. 7th of February.
oblige your lord. Oblige.
16, Mr. Avinash Srivastava.
Your lordship be pleased, Honor.
Yes.
Order dated 18/11/21 passed in the present case may kindly be seen, my lord. Authorities in the education department.
Passed by this court. All right.
My lord.
Just. Your representation has not been considered.
My lord, no decision has been taken till date, my lord, despite the order.
Mr. Samir Kumar?
Not just that, my lord. In the meantime, the services of the petitioner have also been terminated from the university where she was posted and working.
Have you challenged that?
My lord, yes.
Where? In the same petition?
In the same petition, my lord. It was after, despite my lord's order, when nothing was done at the level of the concerned authorities in the education department, my lord. Thereafter, my lord, we filed representation.
Who appears? Mr. Samir Kumar. Mr. Samir Kumar has been appearing in this matter. Which government advocate appears? Mr. Madhav Prasad Yadav, are you there?
Milord.
Who has been allotted this case? I don't know whether you have any information regarding it.
The last date, my lord, the person in question who had appeared.
Samir Kumar.
My lord, he must be appearing on behalf of some state council.
My lord, name of the petitioner, my lord.
Aarti Kumari.
Aarti Kumari.
This is item number 16, yes.
My lord, इसमें नाम लिस्ट इनका नाम अपियर हो रहा है. नहीं होगा तो हम अपियर कर जाएंगे इसमें.
Mr. Subhash Chandra Mishra is the standing counsel. You just inform him.
Yes, my lord, I will.
You just inform him or his junior. If Samir Kumar is his junior, just inform him.
My lord, just
We are adjourning the matter. Tomorrow he should be here. All right, Mr. Avnas.
Yes, ma'am.
Pass over.
So 17, Mr. Deepak Kumar.
Maybe please follow.
Yes.
Appearing on behalf of the court. But before I begin, I would just request my lord to confirm a counter affidavit had been filed, whether it is on the record or not. I was
Koi record
yesterday
nahi.
because of this.
Who is the advocate for the other side?
SC 28.
My lord, I am appearing on behalf of the state, my lord.
Mr. Pramod Kumar.
No, my lord, Vivekanand Amritesh.
You have filed counter affidavit,
My
which is
lord.
being confirmed, but we don't have a copy of it. Can you transmit a copy of the counter affidavit to the court?
My lord, my lord.
Just send it to my court master. Just send it. आप लोग एक लिस्ट करने के पहले एक बार रजिस्ट्री से देख तो लें.
I had mentioned it yesterday also, my lord.
No, Mr. Court Master, ये सब देख लें. रिकॉर्ड आप ले आए हैं पहले, रजिस्ट्री में फाइल हुआ है तो अपडेट तो करके लाएंगे. सारे को अपडेट कर लीजिए. बट एनीवे, आई एम आस्किंग जस्ट अ मिनट.
की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए.
Mr. Chakrapani, please. Mr. Vivekanand Amritesh. Mr. Vivekanand, can you hear me? Mr. Chakrapani, you do one thing. To be on the safer side, you also transmit the copy of the counter affidavit to my court master. It doesn't entail any cost, just a second, just on a click of button. Had it entailed any cost, perhaps I would have adjourned the matter to.
I would have. I'll bear that cost also, my lord.
No, you need not.
My lord, I've just secretary to be sent in 2 or 3 minutes, my lord.
All right, thank you. We will hear you tomorrow.
Obliged, my lord. Obliged.
Lordship.
चलो 18, अविनाश श्रीवास्तव.
इसमें लाएंगे नहीं काउंटर affidavit, तो किसी में काउंटर नहीं रहेगा तो कैसे बहस होगा?
Your lordship, please, my lord.
Yes.
In the present case, my lord, it is the order of termination.
Let us see my order of 16th of November. Yes.
Lordship, in this case, Lordship, I tender my apology, Lordship, for not appearing on the earlier occasion, Lordship.
Doesn't matter.
I would, Lordship, pray for Lordship 1 week accommodation, Lordship. In fact, Principal Secretary was required to Lordship file the counter affidavit, Lordship. He was on leave for personal business, Lordship. And when he came back, Lordship, I was with corona positive, Lordship. So just 1 week of accommodation, Lordship.
I said that the principal secretary to the chancellor shall also put his name. All right.
He was
Mr. Rajendra Kumar Giri, learned advocate for the chancellor, seeks 1 week time to put in the response on behalf of the principal secretary to the chancellor. Bracket correspond number 7. Let that be done by the next date with a copy in advance to the council for the petitioner. Re-notify of 1 week and 2-3 days more. 15th of February.
Obliged.
19, Mr. Pramod Kumar.
May I please to your lordship?
Yes.
Your lordship, this matter was heard day before yesterday by your lordship, my lord. My lord, the matter is that order of recovery has been passed and the petitioner has been terminated from service on the ground that he could not obtain training till March 2019, my lord.
Termination को भी challenge कर दीजिए, केवल आप recovery रोक कर क्या करेंगे हम?
नहीं, termination भी challenge है, next year 8 termination order, my lord.
और सारे matters कहाँ रखे हैं हमने?
तो हुजूर के बोर्ड में सीरियल नंबर 30 पे रन कर रहा है, 30 ऑनवर्ड्स, my lord.
नहीं, इसमें हमने कुछ मैटर्स को कभी रखा है ना मार्च में फॉर काउंटर एफिडेविट एंड ऑल दैट. आपको यही तो पता करना है मिस्टर प्रमोद कुमार.
एक केस रखा गया है हुजूर, लेकिन वो हुजूर के बेंच में नहीं है, वो दूसरे अदर बेंच में है.
तो फिर हम कैसे रखेंगे? हमने रखा है सारे मैटर्स को, आप पता करके बताएं तो उसी दिन रख दें, सब एक साथ सुनेंगे.
सीरियल नंबर 30 पे है एक बैच मैटर सेम इशू का, सीरियल नंबर 30 पे।
आने दीजिए, बैच में जब आएगा। यू प्लीज रिमेन हुक्ड।
लॉर्डशिप,
यस, उसी
लॉर्डशिप
के
अपेयरिंग
साथ
और
यस
30 पर जो मैटर है सिमिलर मैटर लॉर्डशिप है।
उसी के साथ इसको भी सुन लिया।
वही बोल रहे हैं ये तो 30 भी किसी और से सिमिलर होगा, उसको हमने किसी दिन रखा है।
लॉर्डशिप
ये देखकर बता सकते हैं आप?
वो तो वो
लॉर्डशिप
कल
चलिए हम 30 के साथ सुनेंगे अभी जो भी है। प्लीडिंग्स कंप्लीट है 30 में?
इसमें भी
प्लीडिंग कंप्लीट नहीं है, और वो सैलरी से रिलेटेड है, वो 30 वाला सीरियल।
issue is the same. Here also salary was stopped and thereafter order of termination.
सब में काउंटर एफिडेविट फाइल है?
नहीं फाइल नहीं है अभी।
आप कौन बोल रहे हैं?
30 में वन ऑफ द प्लांट हम भी हैं लॉर्डशिप, सीरियल 30 पर।
Can I have your name please?
शशि प्रिया पाठक।
All right. Now, Mr. Madanjit Kumar, are you appearing in all these matters?
In the present matter लॉर्डशिप 30 में जो है उसमें 30 सीरियल पहला सीरियल में रहेंगे लॉर्डशिप।
नहीं, आपसे मैं क्या पूछ रहा हूँ, आप क्या बोल रहे हैं? सुनिए तो सही कोर्ट क्या कह रहा है। आप आइटम नंबर 19 में आप हैं और 30 में भी आप हैं, तो आपने सब में काउंटर एफिडेविट फाइल कर दिया है?
मेरे केस में लॉर्डशिप काउंटर फाइल है लॉर्डशिप।
ऑल राइट, तो हम इसको सुनते हैं। Yes, Mr. Pramod Kumar, let us keep this case as the lead case. बहस करिए।
बैच के साथ ही कर लिया जाएगा, चूंकि और भी एडवोकेट्स हैं, मिस्टर राजीव कुमार सिंह, प्रभात झा और भी एडवोकेट्स हैं, सबके साथ सुन लिया जाए मिलोड।
Wait for your turn. Let item number 30 be called out. उसके बाद उसी समय आप all right, इसको रखिए, item number 30 के साथ लीजिए। चलिए।
20, Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Jab 20, Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
क्या हो गया? Yes, filed rejoinder affidavit only yesterday. Place किया rejoinder? आ गया। पासवर्ड करिए। We will come back after 5 minutes. Resume after 5 minutes.
सर
जी बोलिए सर।
16 में क्या हुआ?
16 पास ओवर हो गया।
अच्छा ठीक है।
बाबू
जी बोलिए।
रघुरामी ने शिमला लगा दीजिएगा सर, 8495
हो गया भाई, कल से आप हो गया।
सीरियल 22 में अजीत कुमार सिन्हा है क्या प्रेजेंट है? सीरियल 22 अजीत कुमार सिंह।
मदन जी
कैसे बात करना है आपको?
सीरियल 22 में पिटिशनर्स काउंसिल अजीत कुमार सिंह से बात करनी थी।
इनसे आप कैसे बात करा दें
कि ये जो है इसमें कॉपी हमको नहीं
दिख रहा है, अभी जुर्म भी नहीं दिख रहा है।
ठीक कॉल होगा, कॉपी नहीं मिला।
जाके गाड़ी में रखे तुम्हारे। राजीव सर, आपके केस पे काउंटर दे दिया है, हम शशि बोल रहे हैं, सीरियल 30 पर।
नहीं,
तो वो बोल रहे स्टेट काउंसिल बोल रहे हैं कि हम केस फर्स्ट केस तो आप ही का है सर, तो बोल रहे हैं क्या उसमें हम काउंटर फाइल कर दिए हैं।
तो फाइल कर दिए हैं।
हाँ, मदन जीत करके आए थे स्टेट काउंसिल, हम तो जान रहे कि उसमें काउंटर फाइल नहीं हुआ है।
तो नहीं फाइल हुआ है, को नहीं मिला
ना हुआ है क्या राजीव जी?
हैं?
काउंटर फाइल नहीं हुआ है क्या?
30 में 30।
हाँ, सीमा कुमारी में
नहीं सर,
हम देख लेते हैं सर, चूंकि वो मृगेंद्र जी के पास फाइल भेजे हुए हैं सर।
पूछ
अरे
लीजिए
19
उनसे,
करने के लिए हम बैठे रहते हैं,
पूछ लीजिए।
देख लेते हैं। क्या सर?
क्योंकि उसको
जी सर।
हम अभी तुरंत देख के आपको इन्फॉर्म कर रहे हैं।
सर
क्योंकि कोर्ट को इन्फॉर्म किया गया कि 30 में काउंटर फाइल है, तो वो फाइनल हियरिंग के लिए बोल रहे थे, तो वही बोले काउंटर तो फाइल नहीं हुआ है। इनका कहना है नहीं, फर्स्ट केस में हम कर दिए। फर्स्ट केस आपका था सर।
बिना काउंटर के भी फाइनल हियरिंग के लिए तैयार है।
हाँ, तो वही है, इशू तो एक ही है, इशू तो सिर्फ एक है।
नहीं, काउंटर
हाँ,
फाइल
डिस्ट्रिक्ट
करेंगे
कोर्ट का
सर।
है।
एनआईयूएस का केस है, एनआईयूएस का केस है तो सर काउंटर फाइल करेंगे हम।
अच्छा
हम काउंटर फाइल करेंगे सर।
तो कॉपी हम लोग को मिलेगी ना?
मनोज बाबू बोल रहे हैं?
हाँ जी सर।
सर राजीव सर, इसको फिजिकल कोर्ट में रखवाया जाए क्या? प्रॉपर इसमें सुनवाई तब हो पाएगी क्या
उससे
सर?
पहले बता देंगे बेजंत्री साहब, बेजंत्री साहब के यहाँ एक केस फिक्स है।
वो तो बहुत बड़ा सा था, कल एडजॉर्न हुआ है ना वो।
हाँ,
चार
वो
सप्ताह के लिए हो गया।
वो दूसरे इशू पर चले गए।
दूसरा इशू क्या? इसमें तो एक ही इशू ही है।
एक ही इशू है कि आप लोग पास नहीं किए हैं 2019 तक। अब उसमें कोई कहता है कि हम ग्रेजुएट हैं, कुछ हैं, बहुत सारा
नहीं,
कंफ्यूजन हो
आपके
गया।
घर पे हम लोग आते हैं, वहीं पास करा दीजिए आप।
राजीव जी
सर
काउंटर फाइल हो गया है, उसमें काउंटर फाइल है। मे भी हो सकता है आपको कॉपी ना मिला, मे भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि अभी पूछे मेरे अंदर के पास फाइल था तो बोला कि नहीं काउंटर कॉपी है, काउंटर फाइल।
मेरे पास कॉपी सर्विस नहीं हुआ है।
ईमेल ले लीजिए।
चलिए
ईमेल
सर, आपका ईमेल आईडी बोल दीजिए सर। अभी तुरंत तो नहीं कर पाएंगे,
व्हाट्सएप कर दे
देखते
रहे
हैं।
हैं सर।
हाँ सर, कर दीजिए सर।
मनोज बाबू बैठे हुए हैं, डर लगता है।
नहीं, अगर हम पार्टी हैं, हुजूर एनआईएस हैं, तब तो काउंटर हमको फाइल करना होगा। तब तो मदनजीत बाबू का अलग काउंटर होगा।
राजीव बाबू
मास्टर लोग को मुआ दीजिएगा।
राजीव बाबू सीरियल
मनोज
22
बाबू
में आप ही हैं।
नहीं है
सीरियल 22 में
कुछ भी नहीं है।
सीरियल 22 में हम नहीं है सर।
नहीं, यह नाम आपका अजीत कुमार सिंह करके दो।
सीरियल 22 में मेरा नाम कहाँ? अजीत कुमार सिंह।
अजीत कुमार
सिंह का नाम आ रहा है।
अजीत कुमार सिंह।
राजीव सर, अगर आपको अभी काउंटर भेजा जा रहा है तो क्या कीजिएगा? एडजॉर्न करवाइएगा या फिर उसको हियरिंग करवाइएगा?
इसको एडजर्न करा के नेक्स्ट वीक। ठीक है
राजीव सर, जो करें।
ठीक है, जैसा पंचों का राय।
पंचों का नहीं सर, काउंटर क्या दे रहे हैं सर, हम लोग भी तो जान लें क्या कहना है इनका। हमारे केस में तो हमको मौका ही नहीं मिला, हम पास भी कर चुके हैं। रिजल्ट अभी आया है 1 महीना पहले, 15 दिन पहले आया है।
जी सर।
हेलो
सर, आपका ईमेल का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, तुरंत सर्विस करेंगे हम।
आप देख लीजिए, आपको पहुंच गया होगा।
देखिए नहीं पहुंचा है।
जाने में ज्यादा समय लगता है, हम नहीं जानते।
नहीं, हाँ अब सर आ गया। थैंक यू सर।
जी सर,
अभी जस्ट आ गया।
मेरे मिस्टेक।
हाँ, तो खोज रहे थे तो
सुभाष
इन्फॉर्म कर दिया। ठीक है, नहीं भाई, हम स्ट्रेट पे हैं तो दूसरे। हाँ,
हम लोग को भी काउंटर दीजिएगा सर। SC16 है हमारे केस में, सुभाष चंद्र मिश्रा।
हाँ, इनको इन्फॉर्म कर दिया। 16 में इन्फॉर्म कर दिया सुभाष चंद्र मिश्रा। चल रहे हैं। इनको भेज दिए 22 15 में भेज दिए। उसका साहब ये सीरियल 15 में जो है तो काउंटर की कॉपी भेज दिया गया अभी, देख लीजिए कुछ तरह से। हेलो हेलो इसका साहब जी
बोलिए।
हाँ ये सीरियल 15 में काउंटर की कॉपी हम जो है सो आपको भेज दिए हैं, देख लीजिए। रश्मि इसमें मुझे भेज दिए। ठीक है व्हाट्सएप पर भेज दिए। You will? What the hell? WhatsApp पर भी भेज दिए। WhatsApp पर भेज दिए।
Yes. 21 Mr. Jitendra Kumar.
My lord, may I please, my lord?
Yes.
My lord, the petitioners are senior most teachers of government aided school.
Yeah.
Petitioners are, my lord, senior most teacher of government aided school, my lord.
Yes.
And they have filed this writ petition
Yes.
challenging the appointment of the headmaster, respondent number 9, Srimati Sarita Singh, my lord. And also unearth the misappropriation of government fund by the managing committee and the headmaster, my lord.
नहीं आप हमें एक बात बताएं,
My lord.
ये आप लिटिगेशन आपकी पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट में लग रही है। Are you, if respondent number 9 is removed, would you become the principal?
नो मिलॉर्ड, हमको प्रिंसिपल बनने में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है मिलॉर्ड, लेकिन उनका अपॉइंटमेंट।
आप बात तो समझे, मैं सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ आपके बिजी बॉडी होने से के लिए नहीं, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि आपकी कॉज ऑफ एक्शन क्या है। ये प्रेसिडेंट, ये अगर प्रिंसिपल बन गई हैं तो आप अगर आपकी जगह पर चली गई हो या किसी और का क्लेम गड़बड़ हो गया हो, अदरवाइज ये तो पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट का है। पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट सर्विस जूरिस्प्रूडेंस में लगता नहीं है। तो को वारंटो की रिट फाइल की है क्या आपने?
नहीं, हमारा राइट हैम्पर हो रहा है मिलॉर्ड।
कैसे? Therefore you have a cause of action, but how? Let us see how have you proceeded.
My lord, kindly see annexure P6, my lord, at page 31, my lord.
All right.
Petitioner number 1 challenge the appointment of respondent number 9 before the Teachers Appellate Tribunal, District Appellate Tribunal, my lord.
इस ऑर्डर के खिलाफ क्यों?
हम पढ़ देते हैं, मैटर वुड बी क्लियर।
इसके बाद आप स्टेट में गए, आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने क्या कहा?
मिलॉर्ड स्टेट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी में भी गए। मिलॉर्ड एक मिनट बियर विथ मी।
हमें हमारी तरीके से अगर बहस करेंगे तो आसान हो जाएगा।
जी
ऑर्डर तो हमें पास करना है ना, तो आप जरा सा
गए हैं हुजूर।
तो स्टेट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी की ऑर्डर दिखाएं।
स्टेट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी का ऑर्डर है हुजूर एट पेज मिलॉर्ड at page 42 हाँ 43 पर ऑर्डर है। इसमें हो गया कि भाई अपीलेट अथॉरिटी को अनुदानित से संबंधित मैटर देखने का राइट नहीं है, अनुदानित प्राधिकार में भेजने के लिए ऑर्डर हुआ मिलॉर्ड।
आप बिहार अनुदानित शिक्षक संस्थान प्राधिकार में गए?
जी गए।
वहां का ऑर्डर दिखा।
Annexure P13 at annexure at page 50 मिलॉर्ड।
पेज 50।
हमारा केस टेकअप होते होते मिलॉर्ड
एक सेकंड।
अनुदानित प्राधिकार रिपील्ड हो गया
ऑलराइट।
ऑन 25/8/2020 मिलॉर्ड।
नहीं 27 को आपकी सुनवाई हुई थी।
जी 27/8/2020 को सुनवाई हुई थी और
This
25/8
authority
को
is
रिपील हो
divested
गया।
of its original jurisdiction. Any grievance on the first instance is to be raised before district authority. तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी के पास आप गए उसके बाद दोबारा?
जी नहीं, उसके बाद मिलॉर्ड पहले 31 देख लिया जाए, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी का ही ऑर्डर है हुजूर,
नहीं वो
जिसमें
उसको तो अथॉरिटी ही नहीं है। अब आप ये बताएं कि आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटीज के पास जाएं अगर आपके पास कोई grievance है।
मिलॉर्ड आज तक हमारे साथ यही हुआ है, हम जहां भी गए हैं यही हुआ है कि यहाँ जुरिडिक्शन नहीं है, फलाने जगह चले जाएं।
नहीं अभी मैं आपको
लास्टली हम लोग हाईकोर्ट में इस होप से आए हैं कि यहाँ हम लोग को न्याय मिलेगा मिलॉर्ड।
नहीं तो आपकी न्याय हम कैसे करेंगे जब तक दोनों साइड की बात नहीं हो
डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट
जाएगी?
अथॉरिटी का रेमेडी ऑलरेडी एग्जॉस्ट कर चुके हैं, उनका फाइंडिंग है, उनका ऑर्डर है हुजूर हमारे।
आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन ऑफिसर सारण के पास जाएं, लेकिन ऐसे आपको नहीं भेजेंगे कि यू गो देयर। मैं इशू फॉर्मुलेट करके भेजूंगा उनको डिसाइड करने के लिए। अब आप बताएंगे क्या? मैं अभी ऐसे नहीं भेज रहा हूँ
मिलॉर्ड।
आपकी बहस सुनने के बाद भेजूंगा। वो प्राइमरी बहस आपकी सुन लूंगा। हम जो अगर कोई बात समझ में आएगी तो उसे मैं फॉर्मुलेट करके उनके पास भेजूंगा। वो प्रोसेस तो आपको एग्जॉस्ट करना ही होगा। आप बट बताइए क्या है?
पहले डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी में जो हम गए थे, जो ऑर्डर हुआ हमारे फेवर में ऑर्डर हुआ, और इसमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट अपीलेट अथॉरिटी ने हमको रेलीगेट किया डीईओ के पास। डीईओ को डायरेक्शन दिया कि भाई उनके नियुक्ति से संबंधित जांच करके, और हम पढ़ देते हैं पेज 33 पर लास्ट पैराग्राफ है मिलॉर्ड। जिला शिक्षा पदाधिकारी सारण को निर्देश दिया जाता है कि विपक्षी संख्या 6 सरिता सिंह की अनुकंपा के आधार पर की गई नियुक्ति उनकी प्रधानाध्यापिका बनाए जाने की जांच करें तथा सरकारी निर्देश के आलोक में अगर नियुक्ति अवैध है तो इसे रद्द करें तथा वरीय शिक्षक को प्रभारी घोषित करें। Hereafter, मिलॉर्ड काइंडली सी पेज 38 मिलॉर्ड। डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन अफसर ने उस ऑर्डर के बाद नोटिस इशू किया रेस्पोंडेंट नंबर 9 को मिलॉर्ड, और उनसे नियुक्ति हेतु संबंध समिति की बैठक की कार्यवाही पुस्तिका, नियुक्ति पत्र, नियुक्ति का आधार से संबंधित अनअभिलेख, विद्यालय में कार्यरत कर्मियों का विवरणी, प्राध्यापक प्राधिकृत करने संबंधी अभिलेख का डिमांड किया मिलॉर्ड।
कहां पर है? आप कहां से पढ़ रहे हैं?
पेज 38 मिलॉर्ड।
एक सेकंड, 38 पर
R8 सॉरी P8 मिलॉर्ड, एनेक्सर P8।
P8 जी। P8 आपकी जो डॉक्यूमेंट है वो 30 के बाद सीधा 41 है। 10 पेज तो आपने दिया ही नहीं है, बट एनीवे चलिए पढ़िए उसको क्या है।
P8 में जिला शिक्षा पदाधिकारी सेवा में श्रीमती सरिता सिंह, जिला प्रेषक जिला शिक्षा पदाधिकारी सारण सेवा में श्रीमती सरिता सिंह, प्रभारी प्रधानाध्यापक प्रवना जमादार उच्च विद्यालय पोखरिया तरैया। विषय स्पष्टीकरण समर्पित करने के संबंध में उपयुक्त विषयक जिला पदाधिकारी सारण द्वारा प्राप्त श्री गजेंद्र कुमार प्रसाद यादव, वरीय शिक्षक प्रवना जमादार उच्च विद्यालय पोखरिया तरैया सारण के द्वारा प्राप्त परिवाद पत्र एवं पेटासीन पदाधिकारी जिला अपीलीय प्राधिकार सारण छपरा के ज्ञापांक सो दिनांक सो की छाया प्रति प्रेषित करते हुए कहना है कि अधो हस्ताक्षरी द्वारा आपकी नियुक्ति एवं प्रधानाध्यापिका बनाए जाने की जांच किया जाना है। अतः निर्देश दिया जाता है कि पत्र की प्राप्ति के साथ ही अपनी नियुक्ति एवं प्रधानाध्यापिका बनाए जाने की जांच में निम्नलिखित अभिलेख मूल रूप से उपलब्ध कराई जाए ताकि जांचों पर निर्णय लिया जा सके। नियुक्ति हेतु प्रबंधन समिति की बैठक की कार्यवाही पुस्तिका, 2 नंबर में नियुक्ति पत्र, 3 नंबर में नियुक्ति के आधार से संबंधित अन्य अभिलेख, विद्यालय के कार्यरत कर्मियों का पदस्थापना विवरणी, प्रभारी प्रधानाध्यापक प्राधिकृत करने संबंधी अभिलेख। कृपया इसे अति आवश्यक समझें। इसके बाद हुजूर वहां वो अपीयर हुई। अपीयर होने के बाद एक गवर्नमेंट का सर्कुलर था, सर्कुलर नंबर 972 दिनांक 19/5/2015 का, जिसमें था कि गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल से रिलेटेड ऑल मैटर प्राधिकार, अनुदानित शिक्षण संस्थान प्राधिकार पटना ही देखेगा। तो उसके आलोक में एट पेज 39 हुजूर है, पेज 39
के बाद सीधा पेज 41 है हमारे पास। ये सब आपने डिजिटल मोड से फाइल किया था क्या?
डिजिटल फाइल किया था।
आप इसकी कंप्लीट रिकॉर्ड हमें भेज सकते हैं?
जी अभी हम भेज देते हैं हुजूर। अभी पेशकार साहब को नंबर प्रोवाइड करवा दिया जाए।
नंबर प्रोवाइड करिए।
933
जी
933
933
444
444
0451
0451। अभी हम भेज देते हैं हुजूर।
आप भेज दीजिए, कल बहस करेंगे।
मिलॉर्ड।
चलिए, इसी प्रायोरिटी पर रहेगा। आप मंडे कल
एक ही बात हम कहेंगे कि कहीं हमारा केस देखा नहीं गया, सब जगह यही
ठीक। आइए
कि फलाने का जो वहां चले जाइए, फलाने जगह बनता है वहां चले जाइए। मिलॉर्ड
समझ गए। अब आप कल आए।
22 मिस्टर अजीत कुमार सिंह।
May I proceed? My lord, petitioner, my lord.
Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh, was this the case that you were mentioning for being taken up?
Yes, my lord. Highly obliged.
My lord, in the
normal,
my lord, the petition challenge annexure
for the estate, my lord. In this case, the copy has not been served to the estate, my lord. Therefore,
my lord, the copy has already been sent by digital mode, my lord.
Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh, do one thing. Please send it to Mr. Madhav. Please send it to Mr. Madhav Prasad Yadav today.
My lord.
Gmail है माधव प्रसाद यादव, दोनों में W रहेगा और @gmail.com।
वो आप उनको बता देंगे। अभी ऑनलाइन ये सब नहीं बताएं, उनको बोल दें। Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh, please take his email number and please send it to him today. We'll hear you tomorrow.
Yes. My lord.
Sir, 23 Mr. Devendra Kumar.
Please, my lord. The last occasion on 14/12/2021, your lordship has issued notice to the private respondent number 7, my lord, and direction was issued to the state also to file their affidavit. But my lord, till date I have not received any affidavit either by the respondent number 7 or the state, my lord.
Respondent number 4. Counter affidavit has been filed by respondent number 4. Who is the respondent number 4?
My lord,
district program officer.
The district program officer.
District
Yes,
program.
and then
I am appearing in behalf of a state, my lord.
why you are appearing for whom?
The counter
Mr. Ranjan?
My lord. Counter file on behalf of district program officer, my lord, establishment Madhubani, my lord.
All right, that is there. Have you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, have you received that counter affidavit?
No, my lord, the copy has not been given to us, my lord.
No, it cannot be. No, it must have been given to you, sent to you by. This has been filed. I know these days we don't have the endorsement. When was it? When was the copy served? This was filed in June 2021. Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, you can take another copy of the affidavit from Mr. S.K. Ranjan.
My lord, my lord, the copy has already been served to the counsel for the petitioner Devendra Kumar, my lord, which was received on 10/8/2021.
Devendra Kumar. Yes, Mr. Rajiv Singh, you contact Mr. Devendra Kumar. Is he working with you?
My lord, he is there, my lord. He is sitting with me also, my lord.
All right. So, Mr. Devendra Kumar, you have received the copy. You have not brought it to the notice of your arguing counsel.
Milord, I am for the respondent number 7, your lordship.
Yes, we are waiting for you.
Milord, I want to some time to file counter affidavit, your lordship.
I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry, my lord. I stand corrected, my lord. Counter affidavit of respondent number 5 was ordered to be filed, my lord. If your lordship may kindly see the last order, internal page 4, my lord. Last but the third paragraph.
Amit Bhushan. No, counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number 4 was already filed. We wanted affidavit of respondent number 5, and notice was issued to respondent number 7. He has appeared, Mr. Shambhu Sharan Kumar. Now, how long will you take to respond?
My lord, after 1 week, your lordship.
All right. Is Amit Bhushan there?
No, my lord, I am appearing, my lord. S.K. Ranjan, my lord.
Mr. S.K. Ranjan, if you are appearing on behalf of respondent number 4, whoever was appearing for respondent number 4, he was asked to file counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number 5 also.
Respondent number 4 is the district program officer, my lord.
आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं, मैं समझ गया कि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम ऑफिसर हैं. We want the counter, unless you say that it is the same counter affidavit which would cover the stand of the block development officer also. Are you saying that?
No, my lord. My lord, the respondent 5 is the employment unit, my lord.
तो फिर आप बात नहीं समझते तो बीच में क्यों बोलने लगते हैं? आप you are a standing counsel or junior to a standing counsel?
Junior to a standing counsel.
तो आप बात बेसिक बात नहीं समझ रहे हैं.
My lord.
कंफ्यूजन क्रिएट करते हैं. रिस्पॉन्ड नंबर 4 की तरफ से आपने पहले ही फाइल कर रखी है, आपको तो कहा भी नहीं जा रहा है. अननेसेसरली यू हैव जंप्ड इन. देखिए,
My lord, my prayer would be, your lordship, another writ application is also filed, your lordship. So that also we challenge the same in order, your lordship.
Where is that?
My lord, in CWJC number 11777 of 2021, your lordship, Vaibhav Kumar.
Now this is listed where?
Listed in consolidated list, your lordship.
Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, are you appearing in that matter?
I have not been instructed.
All right. CWJC number 11777 of 2021. Serial number. What is the serial number of the consolidated list?
Because my lord, serial number is not aware, lordship.
तो अब हम कहाँ से जानेंगे? आप रहने दीजिए, वो उस केस को खोजिएगा तब लाइएगा. लिखिए, Mr. Shambhu Sharan Kumar, learned advocate who has appeared on behalf of respondent number 7, seeks some time to put in his response to the petition. For the aforesaid purpose, he seeks an adjournment for a week. Let this case be listed on 17th of February. By that time, the counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number 7 shall be filed. Mr. Amit Bhushan, learned advocate for respondent number 5, shall also file his counter affidavit by the next date. सुरेश कुमार, इस बार इंटरिम प्रोटेक्शन हमने दिया हुआ है
जी.
Interim protection in the meanwhile shall continue. Till 24, Mr. Suresh Kumar, is what?
Please, your lordship. My lord, the petitioner is a assistant teacher in the Sanskrit High School, and my lord, from 2020, they have not been paid their salary, my lord, without any reason, which I have clearly stated in paragraph 30, that petitioner has not paid his salary from 1/1/2020 without any reason, my lord, by the DPO respondent number 7, my lord. Paragraph 30, my lord.
Okay.
I have given a specific statement that the petitioner has not been paid their salary without any reason by the district program officers, Aurangabad, my lord, respondent number 7.
All right.
Paragraph 30, a specific statement, my lord.
सुन लिया वकील साहब, सुन लिया. स्पेसिफिक, आपकी स्पेसिफिक बहस भी सुन ली और आपके स्पेसिफिक स्टेटमेंट भी देख लिया. अब जरा कोर्ट को लिखाने दीजिए.
My lord.
The petitioner heard Mr. Suresh Kumar Ishwar, learned advocate for the petitioner, and who appears for the state?
My lord, I am appearing, my lord.
Mr. Ranjan?
Ji, my lord.
and Mr. S.K. Ranjan for the state. The petitioner, who is the in charge headmaster of Yashomati Sanskrit Primary cum Secondary School, Belvaria Go in the district of Aurangabad, has approached this court for direction to the respondents for making payment of salary which has been stopped since 11th, which has been stopped since
1/1/2020.
which has been stopped since 1st of January.
1/1/2020.
Which has been stopped since 1st of January 2020 without any reason. Stop. Land Council for the petitioner has submitted that despite the petitioner having represented before the authorities, no, his grievance has not been redressed. Stop. The petitioner does not know of any reason which could authorize non-payment of salary to the petitioner for all this while. Considering the aforementioned submission on behalf of the petitioner, this court directs that in the event of an application, in the event of a representation filed before respondent number 7 within a period of 2 weeks. Respondent number 7 within a period of 2 weeks, the concerned respondent shall look into the matter and shall pass a reasoned order intimating why the salary had been stopped for all this while, and if there is no justifiable reason for stopping the salary, he shall ensure the payment of salary and the arrears which have accrued up till now to the petitioner forthwith without any delay. Such order ought to be passed within a period of 4 weeks of the receipt of such representation. Any failure of the concerned respondent in dealing with this matter within the time frame shall be viewed adversely, and the court will consider passing necessary orders against respondent number 7. The application stands disposed of with the aforesaid direction observation.
Cell 25, Mr. Sasi Bhushan Kumar Mangalam.
Yes.
Cell 25, Mr. Sasi Bhushan Kumar Mangalam.
I'm sorry, Lord. May I pray, Lord?
Yes.
Lord, may kindly see the last order.
Just a minute. Give me 1 minute.
The order dated, order number 2 dated 16/11/2021.
Give me a minute, Mr. Mangalam. I'm just going through the order.
खोल के बैठ गए, पची चल रहा है।
Yes,
Let's
yes, Mr. Mangalam.
for compliance of my lord's order, my lord, the petitioner has approached the bank and they have assured him that within 1 week they will not grant some document to him. But one thing, lords, I would like to submit, lords, once again, lords.
Nothing, Mr. Mangalam, unless you show me the certificate, we will not be able to interfere. We have to see, because you have been absorbed under a gracious act of the state and under the orders of the court.
Exactly, Lord.
Now,
Exactly,
the requirement, this could not have been done unless certain conditions were fulfilled.
Exactly, my lords.
One that you were before the cutoff date, and then you had got the experience of 3 years of instructorship.
My lords.
Now that you don't have a certificate except for the fact that you have worked as an instructor, right?
Yes.
So that is being doubted because there is nothing on record of the respondents. You say that you have been paid remuneration for 3 years. This is good enough evidence, but only when we are satisfied that you received remuneration as an instructor for the 3 years, we will straight away ask
I
them
will
to
do it. I'm not in the morning itself.
no other argument is required.
Plus, only thing I was just intending to intimate to my lords.
Yes.
That lords, in my application for absorption, even if my lord may kindly see next 7 page 37. That was not the ground of my absorption. Rather, lords, I had next my experience.
May not have been. It was only in cases. I mean, it may not have been there. This is no condition which is being imposed. This is just to ensure that an imposter, an outsider has not been absorbed. This is how the inquiry will be conducted. Please don't relegate it to one of the principles of service jurisprudence that this is my source of appointment. These are the terms of the appointment. Nothing new can be added. No, it is only for the purposes of ascertaining that you have obtained, that you have not obtained by fictitious means. That's all.
But therefore, so far grant is concerned, if that was on the basis of annexure 2, page 23,
we need to see. No argument is going to cut ice with us unless I find that you have been paid as instructor by the respondents. We are not going to do anything about it.
Much obliged. It will come after 10 days or 2 weeks.
I'm giving you 2 weeks time. Since I have stopped the recovery, since I have stopped the recovery of salary, please don't ask for another time.
Lord, the man is out of service. What he will get by adjournment of the matter?
All right. No. What you will get is not the question. I will not be able to grant further adjournment. That is the question. We are not accusing you that you are unnecessarily delaying the matter. We say that beyond this, we will not be able to give you time.
Because the informations are to be derived from old ledgers of 86.
Anyway,
the bank authorities also have some problem to locate
this
those.
This last order was passed on 16th of November 2021. We are inclined to give you directly 4 weeks. Now, if you don't get requisite evidence, then perhaps we will not be able to keep this interim order intact.
But only 2 weeks. Since in the morning itself, I have instruction to.
I am giving you 4 weeks, 2 weeks from our side, but don't come asking for.
हम इस बात को हुजूर को स्मरण दिलाएंगे, अगर किसी जरूरत में 2 सप्ताह और की जरूरत होगी तो I will remind my lord that my lord was inclined for grant of 4 weeks. क्योंकि हम भी चाहते हैं कि जितना जल्दी हो जाए, तो अभी 2 ही सप्ताह दिया जाए.
We followed that. Mr. S.B.K. Mangalam, learned advocate for the petitioner, submits that the petitioner is shortly to get the evidence desired to indicate that he had received remuneration for 3 years as instructor for doubting the correctness of the action taken by the respondents. Stop. Re-notify on those of that.
My lord, I am for a indication of state, my lord.
So this is the Farwali ऊपर में जितेंद्र कुमार रॉय SC 13.
Oblige, lord.
26, Mr. Vijay Kumar Singh.
My lord, kindly pass over for the day, my lord. As senior counsel is presently arguing before Honorable Justice P.V. Bajanti, my lord.
Yes, pass. 27, Mr. Sasi Bhushan Kumar Mangalam.
Obliged, my lord.
But in this case, a voluminous affidavit the state has filed, supplementary counter affidavit, bringing on record a lot of documents. My lord, will kindly have a glance, but in none of, but there is no evidence. Now, my lord, they went to the bank. My lord, may kindly see the last order of the case.
It's the same matter.
My lord, it is the same matter. Last order, my lord, may kindly have a
छोड़िए,
glance.
इसको भी उसी समय देखो।
ना इसमें आ गया है काउंटर उनका हुजूर।
अच्छा, आपने अपनी एविडेंस ले आई?
हमको नहीं लाना था, उनको लाना था।
नहीं, आप एविडेंस लाइए।
हुजूर उनका था, हुजूर हमने एविडेंस अपना रिकॉर्ड में लगाया है।
अच्छा, ऑल राइट,
का सर्टिफिकेट रिकॉर्ड में है।
ऑल राइट, जस्ट अ मिनट। Counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number?
Supplementary counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number. Just a minute.
Respondent number 3, my lord.
Respondent 3.
Respondent number 3, my lord.
All right. Supplementary counter affidavit filed when?
It is dated plus 24. It was filed through on 24/12/2021.
Yeah, the last of the just a minute, Mister. The last of the affidavits that I have is dated. Mr. Mangalam, can you send that? Who appears for the state?
My lord, I am appearing on behalf of the state, my lord.
Can you send a copy of the supplementary affidavit which you filed in the month of December to my court master? As if you have filed in the registry, let us see. But to be on the safer side, if you can send it, it will be convenient. Then we'll hear it.
I will send the supplementary and second supplementary also.
All right. So we keep it on Monday.
But the second supplementary, even I have not been served. The only supplementary affidavit they have served me, but not the second supplementary.
Second supplementary is the documents which I have announced, and senior was mentioning about that.
Mr.
Voluminous.
All right, Mr. Vivekanand Amritesh, you please hand over the document which has not been served upon Mr. Mangalam to him also by the next day. We are fixing this case on Wednesday.
Obliged, my lord.
Look here, the supplementary and the second supplementary counter affidavits have been filed by the respondents, but the same are not on record. First off, the second supplementary affidavit has not been received by the counsel for the petitioner as well. First off, Mr. Vivekanand Amritesh, learned counsel appearing for the state, submits that he shall send the copies of those affidavits to the court master as also to Mr. Mangalam by the next date. Before the next date, re-notify on 24th of February. 24th of January. Sorry. No. Today is 3rd only, no? Third. On 10th of February.
Obliged.
28th, Mr. Harendra Kumar Tiwari.
Lordship matter relates to rotation of headship. As Lordship is aware that in 2008, Section 26 was inserted to Bihar State Universities Act.
Yes.
And as per that Act, Lordship, there is provision that either professors of colleges or department of PG, there will be provision for rotation of that. In that view of matter, Lordship, and by the Annexure 1, one pronouncement has come by on this honorable court. That page 8.
Yes.
And petitioner Lordship, He is already working in RN College, Hajipur. He wants that pronouncement may kindly be considered in his case also. That is a simple matter, Lordship.
What is this pronouncement?
That is pronouncement is with regard to rotation of headship. In the PG, in the department of PG, either in colleges or in
Just.
Lord.
Who appears for the Magadha University?
Bihar University, Lordship.
Who appears for the Bihar University?
And one counter has been filed on behalf of a state government. They say that they have no difficulty, but since matter relates to Bihar University has to take decision. One thing is more important, Lordship, kindly have a look para 7 of my petition.
Just a minute, Mr. Harinder Kumar Tiwari. Let me see what this judgment. Yes, Mr. Satyam Sivam Sundaram, when your case was called out, you are not there. Are you for Bihar University?
ऑडियो ऑन कीजिए, माइक ऑन कीजिए, माइक ऑन कीजिए सर.
Lordship, I am not in this case. I was in serial 20 for petitioner. I could not attend the case. I am extremely sorry.
It has been passed over. Come back tomorrow. Yes, so therefore the pronouncement is that no difference can be made in the revised statute with respect to the rotation of headship, the statute governing the rotation of headship, so far
Lord.
as it is the college department or the university department.
Lord,
Both the
that's
university
fine.
department and the college department. Now,
My Lord will
this is-
kindly have a look para
no,
7.
just a minute. Now, what
Lord.
has happened in your case?
In my case, Lordship, Bihar University has already applied that principle with respect to PG department of university only, and colleges has been left out. That I
Yes.
have stated in para 7 of read internal page 4, Lordship.
Yeah. Heard, Mr. Haran. Yes.
I have filed counter affidavit, Lord. I have no objection. But this
Heard.
statement,
All right. Heard Mr. Harinder Kumar Tiwari for the petitioner and Mr. Ram Vinay Prasad Singh for the state. Nobody appears on behalf of the respondent Bihar University.
My lord, I'm appearing, my lord. Nikhil Agarwal, my lord. Nikhil Agarwal is appearing.
बार बार पूछ रहे हैं तो आप बोल नहीं रहे हैं.
My lord's
And Mr. Nikhil Agarwal for the
Bihar University, Lord.
PRA Bihar University Muzaffarpur. The petitioner, who is an associate professor in the Department of Geology in RN College at Hajipur in the district of Vaishali, has come up before this court, being aggrieved by the university, being aggrieved by the respondent university, not introducing the principle of rotation of headship in the colleges, despite the same being applicable to the heads of the colleges also, which has been clarified by a judgment of this court dated 15th of December 2011, passed in CWJC number 13760 of 2011. To stop. It is the contention of the petitioner that despite the petitioner and several others having intimated the respondent university for the purposes of implementing the aforesaid revised statute with respect to rotation of headships for the college departments also, nothing has been done. First of the university but has accepted the principle of rotation of headship in the university departments. There does not appear to be any justifiable reason, it has been urged, for not extending it to the headship of the college departments also. the state in its counter affidavit has submitted that it should have been done by the university by now. First off, regard being had to the aforesaid background facts, the petitioner is directed to make a suitable representation annexing a copy of this order as well as the judgment dated so and so, passed in so and so, before the registrar, before the vice chancellor of Bravo University, Muzaffarpur, within a period of 2 weeks, such representation shall be acted upon and necessary orders shall be passed within a further period of 6 weeks. Within a further period of 6 weeks. Stop. Needless to state that the petitioner shall be intimated about the decision taken by the concerned respondent, which has to be in accordance with the rules and which has to be in accordance with the rules and precedents. The petition stands disposed of.
Highly obliged, Lordship.
Sir, 29, Mr. Ajit Kumar.
Milord, I am for the petitioner, your lordship.
Yes.
Lord, salary from 28/9/2016, your lordship.
In accordance with rules amended and Bihar litigation policy, क्या हो गया है? इसमें litigation policy में salary क्या हो गया?
जो सैलरी हम काम कर रहे हैं वो जो मिल नहीं रहा है, उस सिमिलर
देखते हैं काउंटर एफिडेविट में क्या लिखा है इन्होंने. Who appeals for the state?
I am for the state, Lord.
क्या लिखा है आपने?
लिखा है हुजूर, पारा 6 के बाद देखा जाएगा.
ये सैलरी के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स एपलेट अथॉरिटी के पास जाएंगे.
जी,
यही आपका बहस है.
जी,
यही आपकी बहस है. क्या बात करते हैं मिस्टर?
सॉरी, मेरा काउंटर ये हुजूर कहा जा रहा है कि दे में चैलेंज बिफोर द डिस्ट्रिक्ट एपलेट अथॉरिटी.
अरे कोई ऑर्डर होगा, इनको कोई ग्राउंड ही नहीं है. इनके कोई ग्राउंड ही नहीं है. He has not been communicated with any ground. What will he challenge? आप without application of your mind, you have filed your counter affidavit, mister. ग्राउंड होगा इनका तब तो चैलेंज करेंगे. Otherwise, you are under an obligation to make payments to him. Where has he been communicated the ground? Let us see. Arbitrary stoppage of pay of a teacher. Did he go before? अच्छा, he went before the Human Rights Commission.
नो हुजूर, हम नहीं गए हैं हुजूर. हम लगाए हैं हुजूर सिमिलर काइंड वाला. चीफ डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी साहब का भी लेटर है पेमेंट करने का हुजूर.
नहीं, but why? Just a minute. Just a minute, Mister. Why is it not being paid?
मिलोट, पहले हम वो चल गए थे हुजूर MBA करने के लिए हुजूर चल गए थे. उसके बाद आए हुजूर, हम ज्वाइन 13 में हुजूर किए हम. 13 के बाद का.
अच्छा ठीक है, हमें देखना दीजिए. आप बस ठीक नहीं कर रहे.
इनके लेक्चर पे 26 में हुजूर है कि डिप्टी डायरेक्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट है इशू डायरेक्शन टू द DO सहरसा टू मेक पेमेंट. पे 26 में. ये तो पड़ेगा. Lord, petition may be disposed of to make a representation including the High Court order to the DO, Lord. As paid 26, the Deputy Secretary of Education has instructed to the DO Saharsa जिनके भुगतान करने के संबंध.
हम उन पर एक्शन क्यों नहीं ले? इनको रिप्रेजेंटेशन के लिए क्यों भेजें?
They may consider, Lord.
No.
Also written.
No. We will ask him. We will direct for the stoppage of salary of the DEO
Lord, तब हमको एक मौका दिया जाए
Will direct for the stoppage of salary of DEO. No reason has been given. He is not being paid. इनको हम representation के लिए क्यों भेजेंगे?
Lord, एक हफ्ता के बाद रखा
No,
जाए
not at all,
that
not
I
at
will
all.
stop.
Tomorrow you must inform, otherwise we are directing for a stoppage of salary to DEO Saharsa. Unless we come to definite finding that there is a reason behind stoppage of salary. Everybody is saying, why should he come to state? Why should he come to High Court? If he is a panchayat teacher, properly appointed, rightly service rendering his services, हम इनको representation के लिए भेजेंगे.
This
और
is
आपने
my
लिख दिया
argument.
और आपने लिख दिया है कि इनको डिस्ट्रिक्ट टीचर्स अपीलेट अथॉरिटी में जाइए बिना ये बताए हुए कि इनकी अपॉइंटमेंट कुछ गलत है या इन्होंने ज्यादा पैसे इनको मिल गए हैं, उसकी रिकवरी आप कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी नहीं. यू आर नॉट पेइंग सैलरी.
नहीं, इनकी सैलरी मिलनी चाहिए. आई एम एग्री विथ माय लॉर्ड. सो
तो फिर आप, मैं कहता हूं कि इनकी सैलरी 2 सप्ताह के अंदर इनको पेमेंट करिए और 2 सप्ताह तक अगर नहीं होगा तो सैलरी ऑफ डीईओ विल बी स्टॉप्ड.
माय लॉर्ड, मैं डायरेक्ट
देखिए, दी हर्ड मिस्टर हु कौन है आप? वकील
शंभू
साहब का
शरण
नाम क्या है?
कुमार, शंभू शरण कुमार, योर लॉर्डशिप.
All right. Heard Mr. Shambhu Sharan Kumar for the petitioner and Mr. Rambine Prasad Singh for the state. The petitioner, who is a panchayat teacher, is aggrieved by the fact that despite his rendering services as an assistant teacher, as a panchayat teacher, he has not been paid his salary since.
जो ब्लॉक टीचर है, सॉरी योर लॉर्डशिप, पंचायत ब्लॉक टीचर, योर लॉर्डशिप.
Block teacher who has not been paid his salary since
is 28/9/2016, your lordship.
Since 28/9/2016. It appears from the records that the Deputy Secretary of the Education Department has also written to the District Education Officer Saharsa that there is no justifiable reason for withholding the salary of the petitioner. And therefore, a request was made to him to pass necessary orders to District Program Officer Saharsa for immediate payment of salary to the petitioner. First of this communication was made in the month of July 2018. Nothing happened thereafter. And the Learned Council for the state submits that if at all the petitioner is aggrieved by any inaction of the respondents, he could approach the District Teachers Appellate Authority for the needful. We do not appreciate the aforesaid response of the state, more so when nothing has been brought on record to justify the stoppage of salary of the petitioner. It is thus in the aforesaid circumstances directed that the petitioner shall bring to the notice of the DEO bracket DEO establishment Saharsa bracket respond number 5 a copy of this order along with a representation to resume the salary of the petitioner, as also to make payment of the arrears of salary accrued up till now within a period of 2 weeks. Necessary orders within a period of 2 weeks. Necessary orders shall be passed by the concerned respondent, ensuring the payment of salary and the arrears to the petitioner within a further period of 4 weeks. Within a further period of 4 weeks, failing which the respondent number 5 shall not draw his salary. The petition stands disposed of.
Obliged. Very much obliged, lordship.
Number 30, my lord.
Yes.
Lecture 1 at page 11, if your lordship may kindly see, is the impugn order. Pursuant to which, my lord, my salary, your lordship, from October 2020 has been withheld. 3 directives have been issued, your lordship, pursuant to Annexure 1. So far,
Annexure 1, are all these matters similar? So we will be deciding this matter today.
Lordship, in my case, Lordship, that
Let us first deal with one matter. Yes.
My lords, in the second case, I am appearing for the petitioner, my lord.
All right. Be on the guard. Be on the qui-vive. Please don't run away. We will hear all of you. If there are any change in the facts, we'll hear all of you. But listen to the arguments of the counsel for the petitioner. Let us see which way the court goes, and then you make your submissions. Remain hooked. Remain logged.
I only
My lord,
submit that your lordship
please pray for
tomorrow
God's
same
name, my lord.
matter has been listed before Honorable Justice Vijayantri P. Vijayantri sir. And in that cases, the batch cases, the order has been passed to Union of India to file counter affidavit, your lordship.
When is that matter listed?
Similar matter.
When is that matter listed?
My lord, it is to be listed on 2nd of March, my lord.
Yesterday, your lordship.
No,
The
no.
same matter,
Mr.
same similar type matters has been listed.
All right, Mr. Navjot, Yeshu says that the matter is to be listed before Honorable Justice Vijayantri on 2nd of March. Is that correct?
Yes, lordship.
Yes, your lordship. Yes, your lordship. I am for Union of India, your lordship. Yes, your lordship.
My lord also heard this same matter, my lord, on Monday, my lord. One Sunil Kumar Singh, my lord. Similar matter, my lord.
All right, now, all right, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, learned advocate for the petitioner, and the learned counsel for in other analogous writ petitions have informed this court that matter with similar issue is being considered before another coordinate bench of this court, where notices have been issued to the union government, and it is slated to be listed on 2nd of March for final determination. The council.
I'm pausing your lordship for a moment. I stand corrected, your lordship. My learned friend has submitted that the honorable court has directed for filing counter affidavit. That is not correct, your lordship. The court counter affidavit has already filed in batch cases, many cases, your lordship. His lordship let me complete. His lordship directed to bring on record when the amendment in 2017 has come.
Is it with respect to the amendment which says that unless DLED degree is obtained within 6 years, the termination order shall be passed? Is that the amendment?
In fact, your lordship, on 9th August 2017, an amendment has come extending the period for getting trained, your lordship. That has extended up to 31st March 2019, your lordship. That amendment only honorable court wanted to know.
So therefore, just a minute. So within the extended period, the degree was not obtained.
Lordship.
All right. So therefore, where is the issue involved? Why is it being?
If your lordship permit me to argue on merit, your lordship, I will argue on merit, your lordship.
All right, you will argue on merit your case, but you will not argue somebody else's case. No, you please be online. We will hear you. Before we make up our mind with respect to the issue involved, we will call upon all counsels.
In fact, your lordship, narrating the facts in short, your lordship, in brief, your lordship, when this right to education.
Mr. Gyan Prakash, this is not done. No, are you sort of raising no confidence on Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, who has started his argument in his case? Can you just elbow him out and say that no, I'm the best prepared counsel, let me argue?
No, that I'm not. But I just pray, your lordship, let it hear on merit, your lordship, today itself.
All right. So just a minute, you dispute, you oppose the contention of the other petitioners that it should await the verdict of another court. All right. Yes. This is acceptable to the court.
So your lordship may hear on merit right now.
All right. This is acceptable to the court.
My lord already heard this matter, my lord, similar matter. On Monday, my lord, Suggestion number 6042 of 2020, one Sunil Kumar Singh, my lord. My lord directed to file counter affidavit in this case, my lord. Exact similar matter.
All right. So count is now in that matter counter affidavit may not have been filed. In this matter, counter affidavit has been filed. Any difficulty if I continue with the hearing of this case?
No.
No difficulty? Chaliye. Yes, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, continue. In fact, what we intend to do is that we will have all these cases together and we will give you a hearing today only. All right, all of you remain prepared. We get back after lunch. 2:15, we'll give you a hearing. Mr. Union Counsel, Mr. Ravinder Kumar Sharma.
Yes, Lordship.
So you have only
Yes, Your
been
Lordship.
asked. Yes, you have only been asked to furnish the amendment of the central regulation, which has extended the time till some date in the month of in the year till in some date in some month in year 2019.
Yes, Your Lord.
All right. So you have that copy of the amendment regulation.
That will
I will send tomorrow.
I have quoted in my
It will,
petition.
directed me tomorrow, Your Lordship, by His
quoted
Lordship,
Your Lordship in my
and I have
petition.
sent it to delay for instruction, Your Lordship. And it will take time, Your Lordship. Therefore, I am I think for 1 week or 2 weeks I will supply Your Lordship.
First, let us hear this matter in the next half. If at all we find unnecessarily many matters are pending, let us decide the matter. The court is not in a hurry to decide the matter, but the court
They are
is
not, and they are not paying the salary to these teachers since November 2020, Your Lordship.
इसको सुनने दीजिए हमें, देखते हैं क्या है.
हुजूर हमारे
For the
पास है,
provision
हम
I
भेज
have
देते
already
हैं हुजूर
quoted
के
in my
पास.
petition, my lord.
All right. We will come back at 2:15 to 20. Yes.
हमारे पास है, भेज देते हैं.
कितना तक हुआ पेश करो बाबू? हेलो हेलो,
हाँ जी बोलिए.
कितना तक हुआ सीरियल?
अभी 29 तक 30 कॉल हुआ है.
30 कॉल हुआ है.
रविंद्र शर्मा हमारे पास है.
29 तक हुआ है.
जी.
SC16 के लिए कोई है क्या? SC16 के लिए वो काउंटर सर्व करेंगे क्या?
प्रस्कार साहब 46 कॉल होगा ना?
आपके पास फोन कर दो
एकदम खत्म हो गया, कुछ हो गया था।
खराब हो गया।
नमस्कार साहब, आप अपना व्हाट्सएप नंबर लिखा दीजिएगा। आवाज आ रही है? मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
बोलिए।
आप अपना व्हाट्सएप नंबर लिखा दीजिएगा।
77
77
62
62
8
62 के बाद
88
88
29
29
42।
42। थैंक यू।
Father,
Hello, Court Master Ji. Court Master Ji.
Please, sir.
Is it possible to serve copies, sending copy notices to issue?
Yes, sir. Very much possible.
How do we issue notices now in this? Send it by registered post directly?
No, 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 no.
There's
First you
possibility of
file
filing.
portal of Patna High Court. You can just send me the copy of PDF copy of that file, that respective file.
You will
You
forward
have
it.
to file before Honorable High Court, website of Honorable High Court.
Okay, okay. In your
Then,
okay, thank you.
Okay.
कहाँ तक हुआ है पेशकार साहब? पेशकार साहब कहाँ तक हुआ है?
30 से कॉल होगा।
30 से कॉल होगा।
थर्टी में बहुत सारा केस है, बैच केसेज है पेशकार साहब, अलग अलग करके सुनेंगे या क्लब करके?
तो जज साहब डिसाइड करेंगे सर।
बहुत केस है 30 में।
नहीं करवाओगे तो हम लोग हल्ला करेंगे। बोलिए कि हाँ करवाता है, नहीं तो इसको हम तंग करते रहेंगे।
विपिन कुमार अपना माइक बंद कीजिए सर।
नमस्कार साहब, कितना तक चला है सीरियल नंबर?
30 से कॉल होगा सर।
20 से कॉल होगा।
30
थैंक यू। 30
20
30
ओके,
और
थैंक यू।
30 होगा। 30 था हम लोग का कितना तो होगा बोल दो सर। इसको हाँ हाँ समझ गए।
अपना माइक बंद रखिए सर। वीरेंद्र प्रसाद से अपना माइक बंद कीजिए। जिसका
Yes. Yes, Mr. Court Master.
Secretary Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh.
May I please, my lord?
Yes.
Good. Annexure 1, page 11, order. My lord, that has been issued, Your Lordship, by the Director, my lord, Primary Education, and has been communicated to all the district education officer and district program officer of the districts. And my lord, certain directions has been issued. If Your Lordship may kindly see, my lord, second paragraph.
Just place annexure 1.
Yes, my lord. सब्जेक्ट में लॉर्ड इज राज्य के सरकारी विद्यालयों में कार्यरत अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षकों के वेतन भुगतान के संबंध में बच्चों के मुफ्त एवं अनिवार्य शिक्षा संशोधन अधिनियम 2017। आप अवगत हैं कि प्रासंगिक अधिनियम की धारा 23 के तहत सभी अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षकों को दिनांक 31/3/19 तक निर्धारित अर्हता यथा शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त करना अनिवार्य था। इस हेतु भारत सरकार के तत्वाधान में NIOS के द्वारा 18 माह का DLED का पाठ्यक्रम संचालन किया गया ताकि अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षकों का सेवाकालीन प्रशिक्षण संपन्न हो सके। तदनुसार विभागीय पत्रांक 14/22 दिनांक 22/10/2019 द्वारा निर्गत निर्देश के क्रम में निम्नलिखित कार्रवाई अपेक्षित है। अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक जो दिनांक 31/3/19 तक प्रशिक्षण पूर्ण कर DLED की मुख्य परीक्षा अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए हों तथा DLED की उक्त परीक्षा में उत्तीर्ण है, उन्हें ही परीक्षा फल प्रकाशन की तिथि से वेतन भुगतान किया जाना है। अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक शैक्षणिक चर्चा पूर्ण करने के पश्चात करने के उपरांत सामान्य अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में यदि उत्तीर्ण नहीं हुए हों तो वैसे अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक से प्रासंगिक अधिनियम की पृष्ठभूमि में प्रशिक्षण की योग्यता प्राप्त नहीं होने की स्थिति में नियमानुसार कार्रवाई करते हुए सेवा मुक्त करने की कार्रवाई संबंधित नियोजन इकाई की स्तर से किया जाए। वर्तमान में प्राप्त जानकारी के अनुसार CWC नंबर 700 में माननीय उच्च न्यायालय पटना द्वारा पारित अंतरिम आदेश से आच्छादित वादीगण पर यह निर्देश तत्काल प्रभावी नहीं होगा। न्यायाधीश की प्रति यदि इसके अतिरिक्त अन्य न्यायिक मामलों में स्थगन आदेश की सूचना प्राप्त तो इसकी सूचना अविलंब निदेशालय को दिया। So far the case of the present petitioners are concerned.
No.
They are
Before you argue the case of the petitioner, now tell us now what are these orders in 24799 and 18214? Are
This
these
is
interim orders? No, please don't
yes,
discuss.
Lord, it is an interim orders, Lord, giving protection, Lord, that no.
You have the copy of the order and take out those orders. CWJC number 24799 of 2019 and 18214 of 2019. Order
But 18 nahi, it is a typographical error, my lord. It should have been, Your Lordship, 16/1/1624.
16214 of 2019 and 24799 of 2019. And Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, please furnish us the copy of the departmental circular number 1422 dated 22nd of October 2019.
My lord, this has not been provided to us, my lord.
All right. Now let us see the counter affidavit.
My lord, counter, my lord, today only they have served, Your Lordship, to the mail.
No, counter affidavit on behalf of respondent number 3 and 4. Let us see.
Lord,
No, we are not adjourning the matter now. All these matters, it shall be heard today, tomorrow. On first, this case will have to be, it will be disposed of. Then only I'll take up another case. Therefore, don't ask for any time. Don't ask for any adjournment. Whatever you have to say, we will accept your statements.
Lord, 12 and 13 of the counter affidavit is irrelevant, my lord.
All right, Mr. Mahendra Kumar, hold on.
May inform to Your Lordship that today, my lord, only, my lord, at 1 PM, the copy has been forwarded on mail, to my mail.
All right, if we find.
Yes, my lord.
Suppose we are taking some adverse view so far as the petitioner is concerned, we will give you time to respond.
Lord.
If not, why do you have to worry? If at all we find that the orders are required to be set aside, a direction has to be issued, perhaps we will not require your rejoinder. If at all we find that this petition is required to be dismissed, then we will have your rejoinder. and be enlightened. So please wait.
Now, my lord, so far this 2000.
Just hold on for a minute.
Ji.
We will be asking you.
24799
24799 of 2019 and 16214 of 2019. 214 of 2019. एक और लिख लीजिए 8346 of 2019. निकाल लीजिए इसे.
तो बट होते हैं फिर लेकिन अब रात ही जाएगा.
Yes. Now, just read out Rule 23 of the RTE Act.
That lordship is read in paragraph 12 of my petition, my lord, at page 5. I have quoted that particular relevant section of section 23, my lord, in the writ petition itself. May I read, my lord?
Just a minute. Now, this minimum period of 5 years, this window of 5 years, was it ever extended?
My lord, by amendment, your lordship, in paragraph section 23, my lord.
Yes.
Which was amended on 9/8/2017. In paragraph 13, if your lordship may kindly see, I have given the date as well, my lord, the date of amendment. And then, my lord, the amended provision also has been quoted, my lord. That was further extended for further 4 years, my lord.
So that makes it till?
My lord, 17 and 4. It's 2021, my lord.
So it is extended by What was the cutoff date in the first act? In the first rule?
31/3/2019, my lord.
31/3/2019. So it is extended by 4 years. So it becomes
23, my lord. 2023.
2023. Now, before that, they are taking a decision.
Yes, my lord, they have taken decision to remove my lord and stoppage of salary.
No, but why, Mr. Mrigendra Kumar?
My lord, we have acted, my lord, in terms of, my lord, the central government amendment, my lord.
That's right. The central government amendment.
In 23A.
Again, you're saying central government amendment says
My lord.
that Mr. Mrigendra Kumar, I am
My
asking
lord.
you, the
My
period
lord.
has not expired. Without going into further details, now if the period is not expired, can you take a precipitate action?
My lord, in view of the, my lord, next amendment, my lord, which has come in, my lord, 9/8/2017, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, that's why, my lord, the Honorable Court, my lord, of Honorable Mr. P.V. Bajantri, my lord, has asked, my lord, from the Union of India, my lord.
Then what is there to ask from Union of India?
Of course, my lord, in light of
that amendment is not under challenge.
My lord,
The
my lord,
rule is not under challenge.
my lord.
There is no dispute with respect to the correctness of, the exposition of the rule
My lord.
and the amended rule. Therefore, what the government of India would do, we are not testing the genuineness of the idea behind enacting RTE or Section 23. So what government of India is going to do in this?
My lord, of course, my lord.
Government of India, the state has adopted, even if it does not adopt, since education is a central subject, any
My lord.
legislation has been made by the central government
My lord.
indicating the minimum qualification for elementary teacher that has to be followed. Now, the rule itself, it's a social impact legislation, and therefore social impact has been studied before this legislation has been enacted, and therefore it gives a window of 5 years, which has been extended for further 4 years.
My lord.
Now, I don't consider it necessary to ask the central government for all this, assuming unless the state were to say that this has not been extended for 4 years, I would have asked the central government.
My lord, on this score, my lord, the counter affidavit is, my lord, silent, my lord.
No, whose counter affidavit is silent?
My lord, the state counter affidavit, my lord.
I'm asking you, therefore it means that if you are not disputing this fact that it has been extended
My lord.
till March 2023. So all these orders will be set aside.
My
If they don't pass, if they don't acquire the degree, if they don't write the examination, we will consider it later as and when a situation so arises and individual cases come that they have appeared in this test conducted by NIOS or whichever body, and result has not been published for some reason or the other, or the examination is not being held on time. They are ready, they are desirous of appeal, but how can you dismiss them?
Of course, my lord. Since, my lord, para 13, my lord, is answered in para 12 of my counter affidavit, my lord, which tells, my lord, only about, my lord, cutoff date of 31/3/2019, my lord. It does not deal, my lord, about
Do you dispute this?
No, my lord. That's why my submission would be, my lord, that I am not controverted.
We are disposing of this writ petition only on this count. You cannot do it beyond before. Yes, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, what do you have to say?
So far, the present case is concerned, my lord. My lord, it is not the case that we have not, your lordship, passed the NOIS examination, my lord.
We will enter into that discussion later, but you otherwise before 31st of March 2023, no action could have been taken for removal. That's the question. Whether you have another passage, another safe passage is a different thing altogether. But take this point as the major point. Yes.
Yes, my lord. Yes.
Or Mr. Gyan Prakash was saying something. Yes, let us hear from him.
Lordship, apart from the argument which has been advanced just now, your lordship, now
Yes.
I would like to place section 38 of the RTE Act, your lordship. Your lordship, kindly permit me to place that.
Right to Education Act nikal diya.
Lordship.
Yes.
Section 38.
Yes.
Lordship got it.
बोलिए ना, you read it.
Your Lordship, I'm reading section 38, power of appropriate government to make rule. The appropriate government may by notification make rule for carrying out the provision of the Act. Appropriate government has been defined in section 2A, Your Lordship, in case of centrally organized school, Your Lordship, the central government, or otherwise other school, state government. Now, 38(3) is relevant. Every rule.
Just section 38.
3, Lordship, section 38.
किसमें से पर किस right to education, right to children to free and compulsory education act 2009.
Lordship, yes, 2009.
Yes.
Lordship, section 38, I am reading once again.
Yes.
Power of appropriate government to make rules. The appropriate government may, by notification, make rules for carrying out the provision of the Act. Appropriate government defines in section 2A, Your Lordship, in relation to school established, owned or controlled by the central government and other school, in relation to other school, Your Lordship, the state government.
All right.
Section 2A. Now I am coming to section 38 itself, subsection 3.
Yes.
Of 38. Every rule made under this Act and every notification issued under section 20 and 23 of the central government by the central government shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions, and if before the expiry of session, immediately following the session or successive session aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in rule or notification, or both houses agree that the rule or notification should not be made, the rule by notification shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So now I am emphasizing, Your Lordship, however, that is relevant. However, that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule or notification. So my argument, Your Lordship, these teachers were appointed in 2006, 2007, 2010, 9 and 10, Your Lordship. This Right to Education Act has come in 2009, Your Lordship. So in completed transaction, how this new rule will be applicable, Your Lordship?
That's a completely misdirected argument, mister. Why are you raising this argument? One, it lacks substance. Number two, it is not required to be argued. In fact, you are spoiling your own case. What is the purpose behind all this? Now read it again. It's absolutely misdirected without substance. I mean, not your effort, but the contents of the argument. It doesn't mean anything. Look at this. If before the expiry of the session, immediately in session and successive sessions, or both houses agree that rule of notification should not be made, or rule of notification shall therefore have effect only in such modified form or no effect as the case may be. So, however, that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done. Do you come under this category? Why don't you read this clause? It's a saving clause for the time being, that if a rule is made and is not laid before both the houses of parliament within a specified days of number 30, it shall not be acted upon. That's what it says. You're not disputing it. Why are you? What does it mean? Are you referring it to the legislation by which teachers were appointed and in the absence of any such rule exceeding? You have under rule 3, the amended rule gets validated. कौन सी बहस कर रहे हैं आप ज्ञान प्रकाश?
तब जो ठीक है, I'm sorry, Your Lordship. The next, Your Lordship.
Sorry, unless you have
if it is only
unless you are trying to say something else.
No, if it is only with regard to the amendment.
Prima facie reading से तो यही लग रहा है ना कि it is only rendering validity to the amended provision of Rule 23. कौन सी
Oh, if
statute interpretation आप कर रहे हैं?
amended provision of rule, then I'm sorry, Your Lordship. Then next clause 4, subsection 4, that is relevant in my case.
ऐसे अगर मिस्टर ज्ञान प्रकाश बकल कर जाएंगे कोर्ट के गिदर भवकी से तो बड़ा गड़बड़ है। मैं बोला हूँ, आप उसका जवाब दीजिए।
What I was under impression, Your Lordship,
Yes.
that these teachers were appointed prior to this RTE Act, Your Lordship. So that will be not implicable without prejudice. That what I have taken into consideration.
Then for that you will have to say that this rule, when it became the statute, it was not laid before both the houses of parliament. Are you in a position to say that? I would say, what benefit are you getting when this has become a rule? It is cadit question that it has been laid before both the houses of parliament, and therefore it has formed the part of the statute. And even the amendment has formed part of the statute. It must have received the assent of both the houses within the relevant time. And after all, the amendment, in fact, Mr. Gyan Prakash, you are arguing against yourself. I mean, again, I'm repeating, this is not how the statute is to be interpreted. Now, you are getting a lease of life with respect to the amended window, and you're questioning the very validity of that amendment.
So I'm not questioning the validity of
The
amendment.
Union government could have said that, look here, this amendment was carried out, but it has not been laid before both the houses of parliament. Therefore, what was said in the earlier RTE to section 23, that holds good till such time.
Now another question, another argument, Your Lordship, that every rule has to be adopted, by the state government. That is clause 4, that is subsection 4, just below of section 3, Your Lordship, kindly below. Every rule or notification made by the state government under this act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before the state legislature.
वो तब है, अरे बड़ा मुश्किल है, ऐसे लॉ पढ़िएगा तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा ना। आपने अभी पढ़ा है 2A में, which is the appropriate government.
Lordship.
ठीक है, appropriate government में schools established by the state, the appropriate government would be the state. Right? Now the union the legislation by the central government has been adopted. Now that is not required to be laid before the house of both the houses of the legislature. Now it is with respect to, suppose under the RTE Act, the state was competent to enact legislation, and for that legislation to have a lease of life further, it was required to be placed before both the houses of the legislature within 30 days. That is what it says. It doesn't say anything. Therefore, Mr. Gyan Prakash, the argument is that whether this legislation of the central government has been adopted because it was made, it has all pervasive effect on the state legislature, but nonetheless we have asked for the original notification. Just a minute. इन सब आगे की बहस की जरूरत नहीं है वकील साहब। कहाँ चला गया वो? Where is that? Which notification did I? What was I asking?
It is.
No, just a minute. Connection
11/2020.
Now we would require to know the government circular number 1422 dated 22nd of October 2019.
Lord.
ये दिखाइए।
ये है, it is annexed in my case. My case is serial number 30. हमारा केस है 39 पे हुजूर। 39 जैसी नंबर 3174.
All right.
My lord, one case 35 पे है my lord.
अभी आप आराम से रहिए।
35 my lord.
आराम से रहें वकील साहब, सबकी केस एक साथ देख लेंगे। Please don't disturb the proceedings.
Oh, village में
3174 of 2021.
Yes, Manju Devi.
Manju Devi. Lordship Annexure 4 at page 23.
At page 23. पढ़िए।
आरटीई की धारा 23(2) के संशोधनोपरांत राज्य के सभी सरकारी एवं गैर सरकारी विद्यालयों में कार्यरत एनआईयूज के माध्यम से 31/3/19 तक प्रशिक्षित करने के संबंध में उपयुक्त विषय पत्रांक सो एंड सो दिनांक 16/8/17 का कृपया निर्देश किया जाए। प्रासंगिक पत्र द्वारा भारत सरकार के पत्रांक सो एंड सो दिनांक सो एंड सो के आलोक में आपको सूचित किया गया था कि संसद द्वारा आरटीई की धारा 23(2) में संशोधन करते हुए यह प्रस्ताव पारित कर दिया गया है कि दिनांक 31/3/19 तक सभी राज्य के सरकारी एवं गैर सरकारी विद्यालयों में कार्यरत अप्रशिक्षित को प्रारंभिक स्तरीय प्रशिक्षण प्रदान किया जाना है। उक्त अवधि के बाद यथार्थ 1/4/2019 से किसी भी अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक को सेवा में कार्यरत नहीं रखा जाएगा एवं सेवा मुक्त करने की कार्यवाही प्रारंभ की जाएगी। अतः उक्त संदर्भ में 31/19 के पश्चात सभी सरकारी विद्यालयों में कार्यरत प्रशिक्षित शिक्षकों की सेवा समाप्त करने की दिशा में की गई कार्यवाही के संबंध में अद्यतन प्रतिवेदन 1 सप्ताह के अंदर हस्ताक्षर को उपलब्ध कराना सुनिश्चित किया जाए। This is the letter of Director of Primary Education.
That's all right. So therefore, the only argument now which is required to be considered is that the period till 31/3/2019 has been extended for a further period of 4 years. Is there
4
any
years.
dispute over that?
No.
My lord, my submission would be, my lord, in this regard, my lord, that if your lordships may have a look, my lord, to the amended provision, my lord, it says, my lord, period of 4 years from the date of commencement of the right of children to free and compulsory education Amendment Act 2017, my lord, meaning thereby, my lord, it was amended, my lord, on 9/8/2017, my lord, and thereafter 4 years, my lord, it comes in the year 2021.
Kaise? Where are you reading it?
My lord, para 13 of the read petition, my lord, page 6 pe hujur, provided further. Lordships may got it.
Para 13, just a minute.
Next page, para 6, my lord. Provision provided further that every teacher appointed or in position as on 31st March 2015 who does not possess minimum qualification as laid down under section 1 shall acquire such minimum qualification within a period of 4 years from the date of commencement of the right of children to free and compulsory education Amendment Act 2017, and it has got notified on 9/8/2017, my lord. So it comes, my lord, 4.
एक मिनट, section 23 पढ़िए, वो तो that is already there, no?
My lord, my lord.
It is for a period, that was for a period till 2019, वो कहाँ है?
वो है हुजूर para 12 में है हुजूर।
नहीं,
of
वो
the 5 years 1/4/19 से with
एक सेकंड आप रुकिए। 23 is
para 12 में आएगा।
एक सेकंड मेरे पास है।
जरा सा वो लोग
for a period not exceeding 5 years. इसमें for not exceeding 5 years, so this was 9/5. नहीं extension हमको पूरा ये दिखाइए तो where is this extended thing?
Paragraph 12, Lord.
No, आप तो उसको कोट किया है. Let us see the original.
जी. And the proviso, my lord, of section 23. Provided that a teacher who at the commencement of this act does not possess
इसमें proviso नहीं, कब ये आया? This proviso was inserted by
initially, my lord, it was there in the 2009 act itself. Subsequently, my lord, in 2017 the amendment was made.
Provided that every teacher, just a minute. Provided further that every teacher appointed or in position as on 31st of March 2015 who does not possess so and so shall acquire. This was inserted in 2017 only, but this was till 31st of March 2015. Right? This was till 2015, 31st of March. Now, when has it been extended till 2019 and thereafter for 4 years?
My lord, by amendment, my lord, which was held on 9/8/2017, it was extended for further 4 years.
वो कहाँ है? हमें
That
दिखाएं
is
आपको कोट कहाँ से किया है आपने, देखें, let us see.
that I have quoted, my lord, at page 6. If your lordship may see, your lordship, the original
अरे
act
वो
itself.
तो that you're quoting from some source. No, I want where have you got? दिखाइए उस वो हमें.
See, the amended act has been quoted in the act itself, my lord. If your lordship may kindly have the.
ये कब का है? This is 2021. इसमें तो
अगर
रहना चाहिए, इसमें है नहीं.
Section 23 देखा जाएगा हुजूर.
हम्म.
Section 23 का second proviso, if your lordship may kindly see.
नहीं है, मैं provide the teacher.
Provided further that every teacher appointed or in position as on 31st March 2015 who does not possess minimum qualification as laid down.
बता दिया आपने, सुन तो लिया कि for 4 years.
जी.
तो ये 4 years मैंने 15 to 4 years, वहां से 4 years जो ये है, this was inserted. This proviso was there already for 5 years. अब 9A किया है from 15 से फिर वो 19 हो गया because 4 years. अब इसके बाद नहीं आगे बढ़ा है. आप ऐसा पढ़ दिया आपने कि हमें लगा कि 19 के बाद फिर फर्दर एक्सटेंड हुआ है.
ये अमेंडमेंट ही हुजूर कह रहा है कि 4 years from the date of commencement this amendment. तो 2017 का अमेंडमेंट ही कर रहा है.
नहीं, ऐसे बस आप लोग दोनों गलत कर रहे हैं. ये the act says the first proviso to the act which was in the year 2009 was that the qualification could be obtained within a period of 5 years. Now this was amended in 2017 saying that any teacher appointed or in possession as on 31st of March 2015 who does not possess the minimum qualification as laid down under subsection 1 shall acquire within a further period of 4 years from the date of commencement of the right of children. So ये date of commencement इनका है 2009.
नहीं.
Amendment.
Date of commencement is on 9
Amendment Act 2017. तो 17 का 4 years हो गया 21. तो इसके बाद फिर 23 कहाँ से गिनती कर लिया?
23 हम नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. 21.
वही हमारा भी कहना था.
तो 21 तो हो ही गया. 21 तो क्रॉस कर गया, तो अब फिर क्या करेंगे? ये फर्दर अमेंड तो हुआ नहीं.
उसके पहले ही हमको हटाने का ऑर्डर हो गया ना.
नहीं, वो तो अब आपको 21 तक वेट करेंगे, बट वी विल नॉट से 21 के पहले हो गया. अब 21 हैज क्रॉस्ड. You have not been able to give your certificate. उसका क्या करेंगे?
My lord, so far the present case is concerned, my lord, I have already passed, your lordship, my examination, my lord, training examination.
No,
your lordship, may kindly see, my lord, I have annexed the mark sheet also, my lord, annexure 4.
Then why do they say that you should be removed?
My lord, that noting which is there, my lord, at page 14, if your lordship may kindly see, which is the mark sheet of petition number 1, and page 15 is the mark sheet of petition number 2. This, my lord, at the bottom, if your lordship may kindly see, not certified due to not fulfilling the eligibility criteria.
All right. Now come to the counter affidavit we have followed. So this is, let us see this counter affidavit. I read somewhere just now, para 17. Read para 17, both of you. Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, read para 17 of the counter affidavit.
Submitted that the certificate of passing in the DLED has not been submitted by the petitioner. They have been kept in NC category in the examination conducted by the NIOS. This is what it has been said, my lord, in paragraph 17. That I have not submitted my certificate.
आपने मार्क्स इंप्रूव करने के लिए जो आपको परमिशन है वो आपने अब पढ़ा, एग्जामिनेशन दिया, इंटरमीडिएट अगेन, which many of the candidates have done.
My lord, that is not required, my lord, so far the present case is concerned, because if your lordship may kindly see, my lord.
It is required, Mr. Counsel, for the reason that you will not be declared certified to be trained for DLED unless you have 50% marks in your intermediate examination. You have also been given an opportunity of upgrading your marks by appearing again in intermediate examination. This is what I have seen from many of the writ petitions, and there is a circular of the government also which permits you to again appear in intermediate examination and increase your marks. Otherwise, you would not be eligible for carrying out or being trained for 18 months under NIOS DLED degree. That's the basic requirement.
I submit, my lord.
Then,
My lord, so far, at the time of submitting my application, my lord, I have stated, your lordship, that I am having the details, my lord.
just a minute. अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक जो दिनांक तक प्रशिक्षण पूर्ण कर मुख्य परीक्षा अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए हों तथा डीएलईडी की उक्त परीक्षा में उत्तीर्ण है, उन्हें ही परीक्षा फल प्रकाशन की तिथि से वेतनमान भुगतान किया जाता है.
I have already passed, your lordship, the examination.
अब आप NIOS का वो दिखाइए जहां पर कहता है कि अंडर नो कंडीशन कैन यू बी एडमिटेड टू द कोर्स ऑफ 18 months if you don't have 50% or more in your intermediate examination. Where is that requirement? Let us see.
They have, your lordship, accepted my application, my lord, for the training. I, my lord, completed my training of 2 years.
Again,
And
Mr.
then, my lord, I have-
Rajiv Kumar, Mr. Please, if you argue like this, then perhaps I'll not be able to give you any positive order. Now you have enrolled yourself. This course was made available to you. Who is disputing it? What I am asking you to show the requirement of your eligibility for being enrolled in the course. I have read somewhere that the minimum eligibility is 50% of marks in your +2 examination. In case you don't have 50% marks in your +2 examination, you would also be allowed to upgrade your marks by appearing again in the intermediate examination. I have read it somewhere. Now tell us whether it is correct or not and show us the eligibility requirement. तो आप फिर अब कह रहे हैं कि हमने अप्लाई किया, वो तो हम समझ ही रहे हैं कि आपने अप्लाई किया, परीक्षा भी दे दिया, आपकी रिजल्ट पास NC कैटेगरी में आप रखे हुए हैं, not clear because you don't have 50% marks. I am asking for the source of imposing this obligation on you to have minimum of 50% marks. तो फिर आप वही बहस करने लगते हैं, वो कहाँ है?
You reject permitted to, my lord?
I will let Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh answer.
So far that aspect is concerned, my lord,
That is the aspect which is necessary. Look at the notification. It says anybody who has appeared and the result has not been published will not be in that category. वो है कि अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक जो इतना तक प्रशिक्षण पूर्ण कर कि मुख्य परीक्षा अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए हों तथा डीएलईडी की परीक्षा में उत्तीर्ण है, उन्हें ही परीक्षा फल प्रकाशन की तिथि से भुगतान देय होगा. तो आपकी रिजल्ट इसलिए नहीं निकली है क्योंकि आपकी एलिजिबिलिटी ही नहीं है. आपको कितना भी विंडो दिया जाएगा, आप जब तक वो नहीं इंप्रूव करेंगे 50%, तब तक आपको इस डिग्री का महत्व ही नहीं है. वो इट विल नॉट रेंडर एनी गुड टू यू. Where is that requirement? That is what I want to know. वो NIOS का जो जिसमें आप एडमिशन लिए उसमें रिक्वायरमेंट होगा, वो दिखाइए. I don't find any response from you. Either you find it out and tell us tomorrow, or say that I don't have to argue on that.
That is not on record, my lord.
No, that may not be on record, but you are seeking relief from the court. Aren't you supposed to bring it to the notice of the court that there is no such requirement?
My lord, I was advancing my argument, my lord, on the fact that, my lord, even though, my lord, for the purpose of argument, my lord, I presume, my lordship, that this 50% eligibility criteria, my lord, in class 12, I do not have, my lord.
Yes.
For so far that training part is concerned only, my lord.
No.
My appointment was, your lordship, held pursuant to the rule 2012.
That's right.
And by only an executive order, my lord, which is there, my lord, Annexure 1, my lord, the direction has been issued to throw out this petition, my lord.
No.
Another similarly situated persons.
No.
Whereas
don't trivialize this, don't trivialize it so much. It is not as if you are being thrown out after 5 years, after 4 years. No. You were supposed to have a degree of DLED of 18 months. You were provided the opportunity of getting enrolled. NIOS tells you that we will give you training, don't worry, your service will not be in jeopardy. But within the 5 years, you improve your marks in your intermediate. We are not stopping you at the threshold. We will take your admission, impart training to you. But for us to give you certificate, you must have 50% in your +2. And we are being very gracious. You can obtain that certificate later. You may have been appointed on 3rd division degree. That is their requirement. But the requirement of passing DLED is when you have 50%. It is only for the purposes of giving real effect to the right of children to free and compulsory education of 2009 that this requirement has been introduced of passing DLED degree. Now, DLED degree, suppose if there would have been a requirement of anybody desiring to become a doctor, that you can appear in NEET only when you have 50% marks. And the scheme, the agency which conducts the examination gives you the liberty that very well, whatever marks you have, you appear, but within the period that you would pass out and be given the degree of medical science, you must have 50% in your +2, you can improve. Then what will you say?
If
they are not throwing you out. You must have agreed to these terms and conditions that they are permitting you to take admission unless you say that there was no such requirement.
Well, that is my submission, my lord, in fact, my lord.
In fact, how do you know? I mean, how do we know?
Yes, my lord. I was submitting that only, my lord. I was submitting that only, my lord. Your lordship, I kindly appreciate, my lord.
State, but since you are addressing this court as a counsel in the lead case, you must show us everything.
My lord. Now, my lord, so far this Right to Education Act, my lord, 2009 is concerned.
Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, yesterday I have come across a petition where this requirement at the time of taking admission in DLED course, I have seen that. Therefore, it is lurking. I'm being reminded. क्या है ये? Look here, I'll tell you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh. I've just now, my court master has provided me with this. Some gentleman lawyer on board, he has transmitted it. This is here. The Diploma in Elementary Education is a 2-year professional program of teachers' education. It aims to prepare so-and-so. The Elementary Teachers' Education Program carries different nomenclatures, duration and working days, intake, eligibility. Candidates with at least 50% marks in higher secondary or its equivalent examination are eligible for admission. The reservation and relaxation in marks for SC, ST, OBC, PWD and other categories shall be as per the rules of the central government, state government. This is the basic requirement and therefore NIOS is not declaring the degree. अब आप इसके बाद आप बहस दूसरी करें, अगर करें तो मैं उसको टेस्ट करूंगा. आप कहें कि ये नॉर्मल कोर्स में आप ये DLED डिग्री में नहीं एनरोल हुए थे. दिस वाज एन अरेंजमेंट मेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट so that you may not be thrown out of service and there should not be any paucity of teachers. Therefore, this requirement would be deemed to have been waived off.
This is what I was about to submit.
About to आप कहेंगे तो आपके दिमाग की बात मैं थोड़ी समझ जाऊंगा. हमें लगता है कि आप इस पर बहस कर सकते हैं आगे. I don't know whether I will accept this contention or not.
Even if this NIOS, the eligibility criteria is taken to be consideration, that does not say anywhere, my lord, that the person, my lord, who does not have the 50% lordship marks, my lord, in intermediate, and my lord, they marks in the intermediate, and my lord, have appeared in the examination, and they have passed your lordship the examination of DLED, they will be thrown out, your lordship, from the service.
This argument of yours is absolutely
the right, your lordship, of removal, they have waived out, your lordship, the right of their removal.
They are not removing you. What are you talking, mister?
Yes, my lord, that is the direction, my lord.
No. They are only declining from giving you the certificate, and because you don't have a certificate, the state government is throwing you out. क्या बहस कर रहे हैं आप? Unnecessary. आप एक चीज देखिए, एलिजिबिलिटी is the condition. Now, I have also read somewhere that when you were enrolled in this course, at the instance of the government, you were given again 5 years window for upgrading your marks. वो कहाँ मिलेगा हमें? Is Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar online?
माइक ऑन कीजिए सर।
आपने कल बहस किया था, if I remember correctly, that you were given 5 years time to upgrade your marks in the intermediate. Do you have a copy of that notification or whatever?
5 years नहीं है, उसमें 3 साल का है. That is, my lord, norms and standards for diploma in elementary teacher education program leading to diploma in elementary education. That I have sent to the court master, my lord.
Where is that provision where you can improve upon your inter marks after enrolling yourself in the DLED course?
वो तो मैंने बहस नहीं किया था. इसमें
आप किसी और ने बहस किया होगा, लेकिन
ये जो पॉइंट चल रहा है हुजूर, उसमें ये है कि NIOS के रीजनल डायरेक्टर का एक लेटर है.
आज नहीं, कल
ट्यूजडे के बात हुआ था, ट्यूजडे को हुआ था. Serial number 15 पर था. सुनील कुमार.
No certificate has been given by the NIOS only for the reason that the petitioner does not have the minimum marks of 50% in the intermediate.
That's all right. That's all right. It's all good.
As mandated, the petitioner has also
Find out, Mr. See, we are deciding the whole batch of petitions. You need to tell us. Suppose they give you a window of 5 years, then they are taking into account that you have obtained employment on a 3rd degree or less than 50%. No difficulty. But for you to have a diploma, you must have 50%. So therefore, that argument which I suggested to you may not come to your avail. If nothing is written there, if no time is given to you, then we can think on those directions. But if time is provided that within 3 years or within 5 years, you can improve upon your intermediate marks, then perhaps what I have suggested would not be acceptable. Have you followed?
I do follow.
अगर एडमिशन के समय, एक मिनट सुन लीजिए, फिर से मैं बताता हूँ. अगर एडमिशन के समय आपको ये प्रोविजन दिया गया होगा कि 5 साल में आप इंप्रूव कर लीजिए +2 का मार्क्स, तब हम ये आर्गुमेंट नहीं एक्सेप्ट करेंगे कि साहब वो सरकार ने कहा है और इसलिए उसमें मार्क्स का क्राइटेरिया नहीं रहेगा. Because the NIOS was cognizant of the fact that you did not have the requisite qualification independently of the government's recommendation that you should pass that course. Right?
May I be permitted to place something, my lord?
Just please hold on. दूसरी बहस आप ये कर सकते हैं, which to my mind it appears to me that the preamble of this DLED standard course is for 2 years. It's a professional course. You have been made to appear in this because there has been a change in the basic qualification for an elementary teacher, and the professional course has been tailor-made for you. Tailor-made in the sense that not for 2 years but for 18 months. ये सब बहस अपने से बिल्डअप करिएगा तब तो हम कुछ कर पाएंगे, अदरवाइज तो इसी में उलझ कर रह जाएंगे आप.
My lord, if your lordship may permit me.
Can you wait for some time, Mr. Mrityunjay Kumar?
My lord.
Stated in paragraph number 23 of my petition.
Yes.
7.
27.
23, my lord, at page 7.
Yes.
मेरा नहीं है, राजीव वाले.
ये तो दूसरी चीज हो गई. ये तो बड़ी दूसरी चीज हो गई. That the government should have arranged for many number of such courses in every successive year, because somebody who would have missed to get himself enrolled would have an opportunity of increasing it. That's a different thing altogether. What is important for you to say that if the course has been tailor-made, instead of 2 years, it has been made for 18 months. And the government has made arrangement because it is again a government agency, and they have said that they will permit you because age criterion they are not fixing. Therefore, this criterion of marks also cannot be fixed. ये तो आप बहस कर सकते हैं, which might be acceptable. लेकिन बहस करेंगे तब तो.
But dismissal part is concerned, which she was saying that there is no direction for removal of the prisoners. That is there in Annexure 1 itself, my lord.
भाई बड़ा मुश्किल है. वो NIOS की डायरेक्शन है कि गवर्नमेंट की है.
गवर्नमेंट की है.
तो फिर आप क्या बहस कर रहे हैं?
हुजूर, गवर्नमेंट का डायरेक्टर प्राइमरी एजुकेशन is giving instruction to all the persons, my lord. The district education officer and everyone.
He is within his rights. They are not, the NIOS course director is not removing you. That authority he doesn't have. He only has the authority not to give you the certificate. फिर आप जो एक बहस शुरू कर दिया, जो समझ रहे हैं कि वो गलत है, तो फिर उसको रिपीट कर रहे हैं. Don't argue, don't conduct the proceedings as if you're losing or gaining. You're helping the court to arrive at a correct finding. अब ऐसे तो मत करिए. ये कहाँ कर रहा है? NIOS के डायरेक्टर ने आपको हटा दिया है.
नहीं,
गवर्नमेंट को अथॉरिटी नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट इज द एम्प्लॉयर. दे कांट आस्क यू टू बी थ्रोन अवे. ये कौन सी बहस आप कर रहे हैं?
That has to be, my lord, as per the law, my lord.
That's all right. So therefore, the law would be that you would be noticed. You will be said that this is the minimum requirement. You have not pursued the requirement, and therefore go home. Yes, if you are only interested in this, we can give you a small window that let him be issued notice. Let him be issued notice, and then let him explain and ask him to go home. Would that satisfy you?
Oh no, bro.
Then we are looking at a bigger issue, and you're limiting yourself that I have not been noticed. No departmental proceeding has been initiated against me, and I'm all said and done. I'm a government servant. Therefore, some time should be given. In the meantime, I will do. Is that the argument now when the court is looking at a wider perspective?
May I submit one thing, my lord?
Yes.
My lord, even my lord, what observation or my lord advice which has come, my lordship, from the lordship?
No advice. It is only the
observation, my lord. I would say, my lord, observation, my lord, which.
No. The thought process while the issue is being argued. I may change. I may not accept my own suggestions.
Yes, my lord.
All right. Yes.
Now, my lord, by the amendment which was held, your lordship, on 9/8/2017.
Yes.
The window of 4 years was given, your lordship, to everyone.
That is reckonable. That is reckonable from the date 2017.
Yes, my lord. Now, my lord, suppose, my lord, for the purpose of argument, my lord, I presume, my lord, that within that span of 4 years, the state government, your lordship, has failed to discharge his duty as per the lordship 2009 Act of the central government.
Yes.
Then, my lord, is, my lord, the person, my lord, who are teaching or who have been appointed, these teachers, as per the law, after following the due procedure, my lord, are responsible, my lord, for throwing out.
That's whether they can become the cannon fodder. You're right. This argument is accepted. For that, you will have to say, you will have to demonstrate. To take this argument to logical conclusion, you're right. You will have to say that the government did not make any arrangement for introducing this DLED examination or DLS training.
Yes, ma'am.
That perhaps you cannot say because the government has, and therefore you got yourself enrolled. So you can say, so far as you are concerned, you can't take this plea. Somebody else can. That, well, in a particular year, say in 2017, I did not enroll myself, but in 2018 also the government should have made arrangements. In 2019 also the government should have made arrangements. That again would lead you to a blocked road, cul-de-sac, because the window given for acquiring the degree is only till 2019. Therefore, you can't ask the government to keep on giving you every year. This is because now there could be no appointment now without DLED degree. That requirement has come later. Now every appointment would be only after ensuring that a person has a diploma in elementary education. This argument is limited to people who were appointed prior to this requirement. Right? Midway you cannot be shown the door on the ground that your qualification is less, and therefore in the wisdom of the legislature they have extended the period you can acquire it. तो आप तो इंडिपेंडेंटली NIOS दिल्ली जाकर आप ऑन जॉब आप छुट्टी लेकर थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग करने गए हैं. आप ऑन जॉब आप ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं क्योंकि सरकार ने मुहैया कराई है आपको, ठीक है। जो सरकार ने मुहैया कराई है तो बस केवल इतना ही बच जाएगा आपको कि अगर सरकार ने मुहैया कराई है तो ये मेरा टेलर मेड है, और उसमें तो फिर मेरी अपॉइंटमेंट ऐसे भी रिस्क पर है क्योंकि हम 50% से कम अगर हमारा होता तो हम कर ही नहीं सकते। उस आर्गुमेंट में फर्दर सब आर्गुमेंट हो जाएगा कि अगर ये NIOS की डिग्री कहती है आपको इंडक्ट करते समय कि आप अपग्रेड कर सकते हैं विद इन 5 years, विद इन 3 years, तो वो एक दूसरा स्ट्रैंड हो जाएगा, दूसरा क्लास हो जाएगा उसमें। लेकिन अगर कुछ भी नहीं परमिट करती है तो मानकर चला जाएगा कि साहब आपकी डिग्री इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, एलिजिबिलिटी आपकी उसी वक्त हो गई जब आप टीचर अपॉइंट हो गए। Therefore, there are 3-4 different strands, 3-4 different classes of teachers. That is what is instantly coming in my mind.
Yes, your lordship is perfectly right, my lord. So far, in the present case, my lord, this NIOS.
Because I am right because it suits you now. For Mr. Ajay Bihari Sinha and Mr. Mrigendra Kumar, I may not be right. Yes.
I will not be making any comment over it, my lord, because ultimately it is your lordship who has to decide the issue.
No, we are only trying to think aloud and come to a correct
Your
conclusion.
lordship, with due respect, your lord has gone into the larger issue, my lord. That is very important in this case.
I'm only looking at because there are so many cases analogous. Therefore, I am giving so much of time. It must, because it concerns the service of teachers, elementary teachers. Now, lock, stock, and barrel, if they are thrown out of the system, perhaps the teaching teaching scheme would get a jolt in the state of Bihar. This is one aspect of the matter. And number two, unless the matter is discussed, if it is seen in just 4 blocks, that you have the degree, you have acquired the degree in the cutoff date. If not, you go. If yes, you remain. Then it becomes very simple. But does it serve any purpose? These are the issues which are coming in my mind as I am hearing your arguments. Chale,
And Milord,
we have followed that.
The order in section number 90, the order of termination has been passed in the month of June. It's 2020 itself, my lord.
All right, we will come to that. Let us first come to a basic conclusion regarding the requirement of DLED. If once we are sure on that, then we will decide individual cases depending upon the circumstances. All right.
Yes.
This NIOS scheme is concerned, which just now your lordship was reading. My lord, which says your lordship that for enhancement of, my lord, the qualification in intermediate, more than 50%, certain time limit would be provided, your lordship, to the persons.
वो कहाँ है? वो हमने कहीं देखा है? कल किसी के बहस में देखा है या काउंटर एफिडेविट में देखा है?
ट्यूजडे को हुजूर बहस हो रहा था, 24 को रखा गया है हुजूर, काउंटर एफिडेविट फाइल करने का आदेश हुआ है। उसमें हुजूर पॉइंट आउट किया गया था हुजूर एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया ऑफ NIOS के लिए।
कौन बोल रहा है? आप कौन बोल रहे हैं?
मनोज कुमार सिंह।
Are you aware of that notification? केस नंबर के बारे में पता है आपको?
जी
बताइए।
हुजूर था CWJC नंबर 6042 और 2020 में लॉर्ड सुनील कुमार सिंह।
देखना
सीरियल 15 पर था हुजूर।
अच्छा ठीक है, that's right. Just find out, all the councils I am asking you, just find out if there is any window. If no window has been provided by NIOS,
no, my lord,
better for you. If no window has been provided, better for you. Then we will take it to be to be a special tailor-made course for you because you are a teacher already. Who appears for NIOS? Central government.
I love Manoj Kumar Singh and other cases, Ravinder Kumar Sharma and Poonam Kumar Singh also appearing in this case, my lord. best cases, my lord.
All right. So Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Ravinder Sharma, and Poonam Singh, are all of you here?
Yes,
Yes, my lord.
All right. So the court is giving you a responsibility, Mr. Ravinder Kumar Sharma, Mrs. Poonam Singh, and Mr. Manoj Kumar. Now, if you're hooked online, you must have heard what the court has said.
Yes,
now, does NIOS give that window of improving the intermediate marks within 5 years? Or my memory is failing me, and I may have read something else, remembering something else. You would represent NIOS, wouldn't you?
My lord.
Yes, your lordship. The Union of India is appearing on behalf of NIS. But
तो आप ये बता सकते हैं हमें कि ये जो DLED कोर्स जो आपने टीचर्स को दिया है 18 महीने की, नॉर्मली तो ये प्रोफेशनल कोर्स है 2 साल की।
यस योर लॉर्डशिप।
आपने 18 महीने की इसलिए की है क्योंकि ये रिक्वायरमेंट RTE एक्ट में 2015 में जो एक्ट 2009 में जो एक्ट आया उसके तहत आपने ये रिक्वायरमेंट करवा दिया सारे स्कूल्स में। तो बिहार सरकार ने केंद्र सरकार के साथ अरेंजमेंट किया और NIOS की डिग्री ट्रेनिंग मुहैया कराई सब टीचर्स को जो जिनके पास DLED डिग्री नहीं थी। तो आपने उनको 18 महीने का कोर्स दिया है जैसा हमने पढ़ा है अभी कहीं। तो 18 मंथ्स का कोर्स जब दिया है तो उसमें आप एलिजिबिलिटी वही रहने दिया है प्रोफेशनल कोर्स वाला या उसको घटाया बढ़ाया है?
नहीं बढ़ाया कुछ।
अगर आपने कुछ बढ़ाया घटाया नहीं होगा तब तो मैं कर सकता हूं, क्योंकि तब इसका मतलब इट इज ओनली आप जो ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं वो इसी वक्त बिला पर दे रहे हैं कि ये टीचर बहाल हो गए थे, चाहे वो थर्ड डिवीजन के डिग्री पर हो गए हो या फर्स्ट डिवीजन के डिग्री पर हो गए हो, टीचर एक बार अपॉइंट हो गए थे और डिग्री नहीं थी तो आप उन्हें दे रहे हैं। अगर कुछ भी नहीं किया तो दे हैव अ बेटर केस। अगर आपने ये कहते हुए कोर्स बढ़ा दिया कि साहब 50% आज नहीं है आपको, लेकिन हम फाइनल डिग्री जब देंगे उस समय हमें एनहांस डिग्री आप दे दीजिएगा।
Let me ask from within a week I will ask from the NIS and I will submit it.
वीक हम नहीं देंगे, हम अभी सुनेंगे। Tomorrow, maybe on Monday. This is the maximum. I cannot give you more than this window. इतना देर सुनने के बाद दूसरा कोई केस टेकअप नहीं किया है, I will raise यही हम करेंगे।
हुजूर हमारे पास एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया तो आ गया है, क्या है हुजूर जो पॉइंट आउट कर रहे थे।
लेकिन आप पता कर लीजिए कि जो DLED कोर्स सरकार द्वारा अपॉइंटेड टीचर्स को आपने जो कम ड्यूरेशन का दिया है 18 महीने का जो दिया है उसमें आप स्टिक तो नहीं कर रहे थे इस एलिजिबिलिटी पर, और अगर कर रहे थे तो आप उसी समय उनको कहते कि साहब आपकी सर्टिफिकेट तो आपकी एनरोलमेंट प्रोविजनल है, आपको 50% नहीं है। ये पता करके हमें बताएं, इधर उधर की बात नहीं करें, बेकार अननेसेसरली गेसवर्क नहीं करें। मालूम है तो जवाब दें, नहीं मालूम है तो जवाब न दे, समय ले लें, लेकिन इधर उधर घुमाए फिराए नहीं। जो मैं बोल रहा हूं उसको सुनिए। आप सीधा पूछिएगा अपने क्लाइंट से जो भी कंसर्न हो कि 18 महीने की कोर्स टेलर मेड कोर्स है। जो मैं बोल रहा हूं उसका कैचवर्ड्स याद रखेंगे, देन परहैप्स यू विल गेट करेक्ट इंस्ट्रक्शन। दो इट इज अ प्रोफेशनल कोर्स, हम लिखाई देते हैं, चलिए अगर लिखाएंगे तो मंडे को आएगा नहीं, ट्यूसडे को। आप मंडे को पता करके बताइए कि टेलर मेड कोर्स है। आप उस समय में कोई स्क्रीनिंग नहीं किया था कि इनको 50% है कि 40% है, और जो भी टीचर अपॉइंटेड थे उनको आपने डिग्री में एनरोल होने दिया। जब डिग्री में एनरोल होने दिया और कोई रिक्वायरमेंट आपने नहीं बताई कि आपको सर्टिफिकेट लाना जरूरी होगा 50% से ज्यादा +2 में, तो अभी आप उसके लिए रोक नहीं सकते उनकी सर्टिफिकेट। ऐसा बताएंगे आप कि ऐसी बहस हो रही है, आपका क्या कहना है, ये पूछ लेंगे।
It is mandatory.
All right. अपने मन से गेस नहीं करें, आप पता कर लें, बिकॉज ये लॉजिक डिफाई कर रहा है। लॉजिक इसलिए डिफाई कर रहा है कि अगर इस तरह की कानून बनाया कि DLED की डिग्री इनको एक्वायर करनी है और उनकी अपॉइंटमेंट के समय वो कानून नहीं था और उस समय की डिग्री के हिसाब से बिना 50% के भी अपॉइंटमेंट हो गया, तो जब तक आप ये रूल रिलैक्स नहीं करेंगे तब तक उनको डिप्लोमा भी नहीं दे पाएंगे। और एक बार डिप्लोमा में जब एनरोल करा लिया आपने, तब ये बेसिक एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरियन आपको रिलैक्स करना ही पड़ेगा और डीम्ड होगा कि आपने कर दिया रिलैक्स। ये एक क्लास ऑफ टीचर्स होंगे जिनकी डिग्री नहीं मिली है बिकॉज उनको 50% नहीं है इंटरमीडिएट में, ये तो अलग हो गया। दूसरा हुआ कि अगर आपने एनरोल ही नहीं किया तो आप ये बताएंगे कि हमको समय नहीं मिला, हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं थी, विंडो नहीं था, हम आज भी रेडी हैं। और ये जो सरकार का जो ये सर्कुलर है कि अगर उस समय तक उनको सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिला गया होगा, इस जो अमेंडेड सेक्शन 23 है उसके तहत वो एनरोल भी हो जाएंगे तो काम चल जाएगा। देखते हैं, विल सी। Now find out the state union councils. We will be asking you pointed question on Monday.
My lord.
Okay, my lord.
One more submission, my lord.
Yes.
One more submission, my lord. That is for the only for the purpose of, my lord, taking instruction, your lordship, from my friend, my lord, so that they may ask your lordship the authorities also, my lord.
Yes.
That whether this NIOS, my lord.
Yes. Yes.
But whether this NIOS, my lord, who has your lordship in the certificate of the petitioner, has your lordship make a note that as my lord we are not having more than 50% marks, so my lord our certificate has been withheld. So my lord, whether they are in a position, my lord, or they are capable of, my lord, to change the eligibility criteria, my lord, with respect to the appointment of teachers.
After all, what is the question that I have formulated?
Yes, my lord. This is what.
This is the only information which I want. This is for one class of person. Anyway, we'll see.
And my lord, serial number 19. My lord,
And if, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh, if you can find out in the meantime, when you were enrolled for this course, were you made to sign certain? Were you made to give any undertaking that you will produce more enhanced marks in +2?
My instruction, my lord, no, my lord. But still, my lord, I'll ask your lordship my paymaster.
All right. No, your client, not your paymaster. He may not be your paymaster, but since you are arguing the case as an officer of the court, you ask your client.
But I'll.
All right. So
एक अनयूजुअल प्रेयर करें हुजूर। हुजूर मंडे और ट्यूसडे को हम नहीं हैं हुजूर, तो इसको अगर वेडनेसडे को, although I am not required, my lord, law officer and other juniors are there, my lord.
नहीं, आप कोशिश करें आ जाने का। एक उसमें अब मंडे के बाद इसको नहीं एडजर्न करेंगे, इतना समय लगाने के बाद इसको।
नहीं, ठीक।
आप कोशिश करें आ जाने का। अगर आपकी असिस्टेंस हमें, आई विल बी रिक्वायरिंग योर असिस्टेंस डेफिनेटली, लेकिन अब इसको फिर फर्दर एडजर्न नहीं कराएंगे। All right.
Cases of the same nature is there also, my lord. My lord's permits, my lord, I give the case number to the court master, my lord.
Please.
Which is running in the normal list of my lord.
नहीं, आप सारा जो भी इससे रिलेटेड मामला है, टर्मिनेशन, स्टॉपेज ऑफ सैलरी बिकॉज ऑफ नो सर्टिफिकेट अंडर ऑफ DLED, we will hear it together.
I'll give the case number to the court master.
Please, all the gentlemen advocates, please give the number.
And my lord, in serial number 19, my lord,
yes,
the training degree is not required because, my lord, the person has already been retired from service, my lord.
Your class is different, don't worry, we'll see.
But the order of termination has been issued, my lord, just before 1 or 2 months before retirement.
We will take into account that.
And another class of teachers are also tagged in under read petition, your lordship. Those who has appeared in the examination, diet under the Bihar government, your lordship, has taken distance course training, your lordship, diet District Institute of Education and Training, your lordship. Now some teachers, some persons have failed in all subjects. 4 semester examinations were there. All 4 semester contains 4 or 5 papers each. They have passed in all the subjects except in one subject. They are treated untrained. And Bihar School Examination Board, after 2018, October, November 2018, Bihar School Examination Board has taken last examination. Thereafter, no examination, so that they may appear in compartmental examination to get clear one subject, fail subject.
Okay.
No, this is with respect to your failing in which examination? Paper of DLED course.
DLED course, Your Lordship.
So therefore,
Simultaneously, Lordship,
Ek minute,
as
ek minute.
NIOS has taken examination, Your Lordship, of DLED course, simultaneously, Bihar government has also taken through that. Its first session started in 2012 and
No,
ended in
no,
2018.
I didn't, just a minute, I didn't follow. Bihar School Examination Board has conducted which examination?
Examination of DLED.
अच्छा
जी हमारे केस में वही है, बहुत सारे केस में वो है, जैसे एनआईओएस एग्जाम लिया वैसे ही यहाँ डायट में डिस्टेंस कोर्स बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने प्रोवाइड किया फॉर इन सर्विस ट्रेनिंग के लिए। डायट ने डिस्टेंस कोर्स कुछ सर्टेन ईयर लिया, 2012 से 2018 तक लिया। 2018 के बाद कोई एग्जाम ही नहीं हुआ है। तो द पर्सन हु हैज फेल्ड इन वन सब्जेक्ट, दे वांट टू अपीयर इन वन सब्जेक्ट।
नहीं, उसकी तो क्लासिफिकेशन, जस्ट अ मिनट, उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन तो बना दिया है कि अप्रशिक्षित शिक्षक जो दिनांक इतना तक प्रशिक्षण पूर्ण कर डीएलईडी की मुख्य परीक्षा अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए हो, ये एक क्लास है। तो क्लास तो डिफाइन ही कर दिया है, तो आप उस क्लास में आ ही जा रहे हैं।
सम्मिलित तो हुए हैं लेकिन फेल हो गए हैं एक सब्जेक्ट पे।
जस्ट अ मिनट, पूरक परीक्षा में आप पूरक परीक्षा हुआ ही नहीं है।
पूरक परीक्षा नहीं हुआ
है, तो आप आ जाएंगे उसी में कि मुख्य परीक्षा अथवा पूरक परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए। तो मुख्य परीक्षा में सम्मिलित हुए, पूरक हुआ नहीं, और डीएलईडी की उक्त परीक्षा में उत्तीर्ण है, उन्हें परीक्षा फल प्रकाशन की तिथि से। ठीक है, देखेंगे, विल सी।
Lordship, in my case,
My lord, so far the second case of the serial 30 my lord is concerned. In that case, my lord, I have been appointed in 2019 itself.
Yes.
On the post of panchayat teacher, my lord, pursuant to the directions of the state tribunal.
Yes.
And my lord, thereafter I have taken exam, my lord's admission in the training exam, the training examination, my lords, and the training examination has not held till today.
So
how it is applicable in my case, my lord? So far I am concerned.
It is absolutely applicable because the order of the tribunal is incorrect.
I'm sorry, my lord, Sam.
The order of the tribunal is incorrect. We'll see. Don't raise that issue. We will decide it. Let us see how things.
Yes, my lord. That is, I'm obliged, my lord. That is to be decided because the persons who have been appointed in 2019.
We have followed it. Don't repeat. We have followed it. You have not been appointed under section in the year 2019. You have been allowed to appear. You have been allowed to be taken in the year 2019 because of the order of the tribunal. The tribunal did not take note of this fact that you do not have the basic elementary degree of DLED. Please, gentlemen, you fall in a different category. We might not give effect to the order passed by the tribunal if we rely on your argument. Please wait for your turn. We will see how we will accommodate you.
My lord.
Lordship, seventh case of serial 30, Lordship, fact is something different, Lordship.
Yes.
In my case, Lordship, I have appointed in 2005 as Shiksha Minister, Lordship, and 2007 I was converted in as a panchayat teacher, Lordship.
Yes.
Thereafter, Lordship, due to some litigation, I have been removed, and finally, after a long litigation, Lordship, on 31/8/2017, Lordship, I have reappointed by the Lordship authority, Lordship. Thereafter, Lordship, with the permission of the authority, Lordship, I have taken admission in DLED course on 2016 to 18, Lordship. But due to the COVID-19, Lordship, the examination could not be conducted.
Just a minute. That argument would be available to everybody because in this period, special concessions ought to have been made for these 2 years. Well, that is there. We'll take it into account. First, let us first decide about this issue of intermediate requirement of passing the examination, whether the eligibility would apply in case it is sponsored by the state government, and if no age limitation is being taken into account, why educational qualification should be taken into account. These are issues which we will discuss. All right, so this Union Council will let us know on the next date.
All cases will be taken up on Monday, Lordship. All cases.
All cases on Monday.
Okay.
Lord, serial number 90 may also be listed along with this batch.
Send your slip to the court master. It shall be listed. Even if it is not listed, don't worry and don't panic, because if I decide a case, it will be it will be a general proposition which will apply in the facts of the case of others also. So if possibly you
Serial number 19.
send it to the court master. I am not making a note of the cases, am I?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Pramod Kumar, court
24
master
को
को
भी
भेजेंगे
रखा
ना, तो हम शाम से लिखवाएंगे नोट।
Yes, yes.
24 को भी रखा गया है सिमिलर मेथड।
24th को जो रखा गया उस दिन 24th को आएगा, अभी हम पहले मंडे को डिसाइड करेंगे।
पेज नंबर 66 पे of my lord's list, my lord.
Yes.
नीचे से दूसरा और तीसरा केस जो है नीलेश कुमार मिश्रा एंड आनंद कुमार, पेज 66 पे.
Yes.
Lord, these cases are not a lordship of NIOS matter, but it is arrears of salary matter. So, my lord, may I request that tomorrow these two cases may be heard, my lord, because I don't know how it has been tagged with the present case, my lord.
नहीं हट जाएगा जो टैग, उसको तो हम एक एक केस देखेंगे। Once I decide the principle, we will deal with every case.
NIOS का मैटर नहीं हो, जो ये सिंपल
डिटैग कर देंगे, उसको हटा दीजिए, उसमें से हटा दीजिए प्लीज। हाँ ठीक है, we'll see. चलिए now tomorrow.
सर साहब आपको नंबर CWJC नंबर लिखवा दें, क्या करें, आपको मतलब भेज दें क्या?
My lord, some time is required to file counter affidavit in this case, my lord.
उठ गए लॉर्डशिप। पेशकार साहब
जी जी
आपको रीट का नंबर लिखवा दें, सीरियल 68 पर है, उसको भी लगा दिया जाए।
एक मिनट, वन बाय वन राजीव कुमार सर,
ये 37 जो हमारा था,
राजीव कुमार सर, राजीव कुमार सिंह सर,
जो है लेकर के अपना
उठ गया जैसा उठ गया पेशकार साहब।
हाँ जैसा आप बोलिए मैडम।
हाँ हमारा एक और केस है सीरियल 68 पर आ जाए, उसका रहे CWJC नंबर
कल रहेगा,
सीरियल 68 पर है
कल
वो सीट
रहेगा। डी अटैच करके कल रख दिए हैं।
अरे नहीं, मेरा डी अटैच नहीं करना है,
इसको अटैच करना है साथ में,
इसको अटैच भी करना है। CWJC नंबर 6748 ऑफ
आप ऐसा कीजिए, जिनको जो किसके साथ अटैच करना है, इस प्रमोद कुमार जी है या आप है, आप अपना स्लिप भेज दीजिए कि हमको सिमिलर मैटर केस है, वैसे अटैच केस नंबर दे करके तुरंत भेज दीजिए व्हाट्सएप।
सुने ना कैसे
सीरियल नंबर 19 अभी हुआ था ना, जो बोले थे कि 30 नंबर के साथ
ठीक है,
साहब
अटैच करेंगे, लेकिन आप रिक्वेस्ट अपने मन से नहीं करेंगे, आपको सबमिशन स्लिप प्रूफ रहना चाहिए ना क्या अटैच करना है।
स्लिप कैसे भेजे ये बताइए ना,
व्हाट्सएप में नोट कर लीजिए ना, 77
एक सेकंड
तो हम ही लोग जो कह रहे थे सब उठ गए पेशकार साहब।
7762
उठ गए पेशकार साहब।
29 हाँ
42
देखो 7762882942
7762882942
ठीक।
पेशकार साहब, मेरा 39 जो है मंजू देवी, जो जज साहब अभी देखे हैं पिटीशन 39 मंजू कुमारी,
हाँ
इसको साथ में ही रख दीजिएगा, एक ही मैटर 39 पे है।
जज साहब उठ गए पेशकार साहब।
मंजू देवी एंड
उठ गए जज साहब।
इसी के साथ रहेगा ना?
हाँ इसी के साथ रहेगा। हाँ हाँ
उठ गए।
हाँ इसी के साथ रहेगा, 30 के साथ बैच केस में
39। आप भी सर एक स्लिप भेज दीजिए आपको।
ऐसा ही हम तो जज साहब देख ही लिए, मेरा
एक स्लिप भेज दीजिए,
लगा दीजिए।
सारा नोटिफिकेशन हम भेज दे रहे हैं कल में आपको। और काउंटर का समय नहीं दिए तो
ये नंबर लिखवाए, व्हाट्सएप नंबर है,
आप एक स्लिप भेज दीजिए सर।
व्हाट्सएप नंबर है ये जो अभी लिखवाए हैं नंबर,
बात नहीं आ रही,
इसी नंबर पे व्हाट्सएप करते हैं। ये स्लिप जो अभी नंबर दिए हैं आप,
ये ना बाकी सब केस कल रहेगा ना।
अभी जो नंबर लिखवाए हैं पेशकार साहब, अभी जो नंबर लिखवाए हैं
साहब,
बाकी सब
अभी जो मोबाइल नंबर आप लिखवाए हैं,
ठीक है एक स्लिप। हाँ अभी जो मोबाइल नंबर लिखे है ना,
हाँ व्हाट्सएप कर दें,
हाँ उसे व्हाट्सएप पर एक स्लिप।
ठीक है।
ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू।
बाकी सब केसेस कल रहेंगे ना? बाकी और
हाँ
सब
हाँ,
केस?
कल रहेगा।
ठीक, थैंक यू।
उठ गए ना जज साहब?
केस नंबर कब दे दें रमणा जी?
है
केस नंबर?
केस नंबर?
सर साहब उठ गए जज साहब?
हाँ सर, राजीव सर केस है, वो जो आपको हटाना है वो दिए दो ना, नीलेश कुमार मिश्रा, आनंद कुमार के।
कल रहेगा ना?
हाँ नहीं, हाँ कल इसको, इससे बैच से, इस ग्रुप से हटा देना है।
हाँ, इस ग्रुप से हटा दीजिए नीलेश कुमार मिश्रा और आनंद कुमार वाला।
ओके ओके, ठीक।
66 पे, और ये कल रहेगा। और जो सिमिलर नेचर का केस बोले हैं अभी देने के लिए, तो अभी दे दें कि आपको भेजवा दें व्हाट्सएप पे?
व्हाट्सएप पे भेज दीजिए।
ठीक।
उठ गए पेशकार साहब?